Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel Genalytiq. Today we are starting part 1 of our complete SQL beginner to advanced course. If you are a student, a working professional, or someone who wants to become a data analyst, SQL developer, business intelligence developer, or data engineer, then this course is designed for you. In this complete course, I will teach you SQL step by step, starting from the absolute basic and gradually moving towards advanced concept. So even if you have never written a single SQL query before, you can follow along without any difficulty. In this first part, we will build a strong foundation of SQL. We will begin by understanding what SQL is, why it is used, and how databases store data. After that, we will learn one of the most important SQL statement, select, which is used to retrieve data from a table. Once you are comfortable with select statement, we will move on to the where clause, where you will learn how to filter only the records you need. Then we will cover the operators that you use almost every day while writing SQL queries. We will understand comparison operator, logical operator, between operator, in operator, like operator, and is null and is not null. Finally, we will learn how to arrange data using the order by clause and how to limit the number of records returned using the limit clause. Throughout this course, we will be working with a real project-based e-commerce database instead of a small sample tables. So you will learn SQL the way it's actually used in real projects. So without wasting any more time, let's begin with the very first topic. First, we'll see what is SQL, right? So SQL stands for Structured Query Language. So SQL stands for Structured Query Language. So structured means basically data follows a predefined structure. Predefined structure. That means table, row, and column. This is a predefined structure. Okay. Query means a request or question to the database. Right? And language is a standardized way to communicate with database. Understand? So SQL stands for Structured Query Language. Structure means data follows a predefined structure, that is table, row, and column. This is a predefined structure. Query is a request or question to the database, and language is structured way to communicate with data. So SQL is standard language used to communicate with relational database. What is database? What is relational database? Everything I'll show in my next slide, right? So in simple word, we can say SQL helps us to store, retrieve, update, delete, and organize data inside our database. So basically, we need to perform CRUD operation. C stands for create, read, update, and delete. So basically, we can perform CRUD operation in the database using SQL, right? For example, you on regular basis you use Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, or any kind of food application like Swiggy, or any mobile app of banking app, or any student management system, anything, right? So basically, all of them store massive amount of information. Every user account, product, order, payments, videos, each and every comments and every transaction is stored inside a database. So basically, all the information needs to be stored in our database. But simply storing data is not enough. We need to communicate with the database. Suppose this is our database. This is our database. Okay. So basically all the data is stored over here. So only storing in the database is not enough. We need to communicate. We need to communicate with this database. That means we need to perform CRUD operation. So we need to ask any question to the database and we need to retrieve our answer from database, right? Here SQL comes into the picture. So basically using SQL, we communicate with the database and perform different type of CRUD operation. That is why we can say SQL acts like a language we use to ask any type of question to the database. Okay. Now you might be thinking why we need to use SQL. See, one of the best thing about SQL is a declarative language. Declarative language. Declarative language means whenever you communicate with the database, just you need to mention what you want. What you want. Only you need to say what you want. You don't need to say how to find. That means whatever query you have, you just ask to the database and database will give you the answer. That means what you want. But you don't need to specifically mention how database needs to find out your answer. So basically the database engine figure out the most efficient way to execute your request. So whatever you want, you can ask to the database and database engine automatically figure out the most efficient way to execute your question and it will give you the answer. So basically you don't need to mention how they need to find your query, right? This is called declarative language. This is the one of the most beautiful feature of SQL. Another reason of SQL is popular is that it has been international standard for relational database. For example, you are working with MySQL, you are working with MS SQL Server or PostgreSQL, whatever. These all are relation database. I will tell you what is relational database. Okay, so don't worry. So the thing is, whether you are working with MySQL or MS SQL or PostgreSQL, the core SQL concept remain almost same in everywhere. So if you once you working with MySQL and learn about SQL, then easily you can switch to MS SQL or PostgreSQL anything, because the fundamental concept of SQL is same in everywhere. So it doesn't matter whatever relationship database you are working with, it doesn't matter. Just the core fundamental of SQL is same, so you can work with any kind of relation database, right? Now let's understand what is database. On a regular basis, we use Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, right? Everything. So in different type of application, we need to sign up first, then we need to log in, right? So in case of sign up, we need to provide our username, password, profile picture, right? After login, whatever post we can publish. In case of any kind of food app, we need to provide our order, payment details, everything, right? So this information has to be stored somewhere, right? So this somewhere is called database. So basically in database all the information gets stored. So in simply we can say database is an organized collection of related data that is stored electronically. Just remember, electronically. Okay. So database is an organized collection of related data that is stored electronically, so it can be easily accessed, managed, updated, and retrieved wherever we need, right? For example, you are a teacher. Okay, you are a teacher. Imagine you have only 5 students. You have only 5 students. Then you can easily remember each student name, marks, attendance, phone number, everything, right? But suppose you have 20,000 students. You have 20,000 students. Can you remember everyone's information? No. Then what you can do? You can take a notebook. You can take a notebook. You can take a notebook and you can store all the information of them. But that initially works. But after a few months, you will have hundred of pages. Finding one student information becomes slow. Updating records is difficult, and sharing information with others become inconvenient. That is why you need to replace it with something, right? Suppose imagine replacing that notebook with digital system where you can search for any student in just a second. That is what exactly database does. Database is basically it stores large amount of information. Okay, it store larger amount of information in an organized way, allowing us to quickly search, update, delete, and manage data wherever we need. Basically, we can perform CRUD operation. Okay, so this is a database, and it stores all the data electronically, and it will allow us to perform any kind of CRUD operation. So you can think of the database as a place where the data lives, and SQL as a language we use to communicate with it. Right. So this is the difference between database and SQL. So database is basically where our data stores, and SQL is the language using which we can communicate with the database to perform any kind of CRUD operation. Now, types of database. Types of database. See, different applications have different requirements. So, based on the requirement, the different type of databases have been developed. For example, a banking system. Okay, a banking system needs strict accuracy and consistency. Every transaction must be recorded correctly because even a small mistake could have serious consequences. On the other hand, a social media like Instagram, like Facebook, everything. Okay, so it handles billions of posts, likes, comments, images, and videos every day. This application requires databases that can scale efficiently and store different types of data. This is why different database technologies exist. So basically, we can say based on this type of different reason, we have two types of database. One is relational database. This is also called SQL database. It is also called RDBMS. Relational database. And another is non-relational database. It is also called NoSQL database. Right? This database organize information into tables made up of rows and columns. Okay, relationship between tables are established using keys. Here, suppose here you have different type of tables. These tables are connected to each other. That means they established a connection between each other using key. There are different type of keys. I will show you everything. There are different type of keys. So using keys, these tables are established their connection, or you can say relationship. Okay, they basically established a relationship between all the tables using keys. And making this relationship, it is easy to maintain data consistency and run complex queries, right? Some popular RDBMS are MySQL, MS SQL, PostgreSQL, Oracle, everything. Okay, so basically, relational database, basically these RDBMS is basically is a table, okay, that is consist of row and columns, and all the tables are uh, established a relationship using a keys, and the few popular RDBMS are MySQL, MySQL, PostgreSQL, Oracle, etc. Right? On the other hand, instead of storing everything in a table, NoSQL databases can store data in different formats, such as document, okay, document, key value pairs, that means JSON format, graphs, or white column structure. This flexibility makes them well suited for application with rapidly changing or unstructured data. The popular one of the popular NoSQL database is MongoDB, Cassandra, everything. I mean, there are few many NoSQL databases there. So one of the popular is MongoDB. So MongoDB basically stores information as a JSON format. Okay. Now, if you think which database is better, the answer is simply is depends on the problem you are trying to solve. If your data is well structured and you need reliable transaction relationship between tables and powerful querying capabilities, then relational database are usually the best choice. But if your application needs extreme scalability or works with large amount of semi-structured or unstructured data, okay, unstructured data, then a NoSQL database may be better for you. So always remember, based on your requirement, you have to choose your database. Since this is a complete SQL course, so we will focus entirely on relationship RDBMS. Okay, we will focus on RDBMS because SQL was specifically designed for RDBMS. And throughout our course, we will use MySQL, okay, as a database system. Once you understand SQL in MySQL, moving to PostgreSQL or MS SQL or Oracle becomes much easier because the core concept remains almost the same. So before starting our practical, we need to install MySQL in our system. So for that, you just search MySQL and you get this link. Here you can just click on download and you come to this MySQL Community Edition. And here you have to install. One is MySQL Community Server. This is basically a software where we will create our database, tables, everything, and we will store all the data. So this is basically the software. And another thing that you need to install, that is MySQL Workbench. This is basically UI, user interface, where you will write all your SQL commands and execute all your queries. So you have to install these two. This is the software, MySQL Community Server and MySQL Workbench. So in order to install MySQL Community Server, you have to click on this Community Server. Then here you have to select your version, and here you have to select your operating system. If you have Linux, Mac OS, Windows, whatever you have, you can choose accordingly. So I have my Windows system, so I'm selecting Windows. And here you have to install Windows MSI installer, this one. Okay. So let me install first. Here you have to, it will asking you for login or sign up. So it is not required. Just click over here. No thanks. Just start my download, and it will start your download. And the second one is MySQL Workbench. So you have to install this one as well. So here as well, you have to select your system based on your requirement, and here you have to press the download button. Then it will again asking for login or sign up. So we will skip this one, and it will start your download. So let them download first, then I get back to you. So these both file has been downloaded. Now first of all we have to install the server first. So for that we have to install this one, MySQL 971 Windows 64.msy. This is the installation file. Okay. So you have to click on this. So you have to press next. Then we have to click complete because we want to install all the files, complete files. Then press install. So let it install first. Again you have to press next. Then you have to choose the path where you want to install and press next. So this is the port 3306. So keep it as it is. Press next, and here you have to set your own password. You can keep any password. Just remember this password whatever you have set. Okay. Now press enter and keep it as it is. Standard system account. Press next, and this is the location where your server is going to install. Okay. And this option, yes, I want to give the full access. Okay. Now press next. Again press next and execute. So it will install all the files in your system. So let it install first. So server has been installed successfully. Now press next and finish. So my server has been installed. Now we have to install our workbench, this one. Now press this installation file. Now press next, 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 and install. It will install the user interface. Basically, workbench is the user interface for your all SQL commands. So it will install the workbench. So my workbench has been installed. Now click finish and it will launch the workbench. So this is our workbench. This is the user interface. Okay. So this is the workbench interface. Now to start, you have to click this plus button, and here you have to provide your connection name. SQL tutorial, and you have to test your connection. Here you have to provide the password whatever you have set while installing your server. I just pass my password and press OK. Now it is successfully made my MySQL connection. Now press OK and press double click. Now see, this is the interface of your workbench, SQL workbench. Here you have to write all your SQL commands and you have to execute your queries, right? Now we will see one by one how to create database, how to create tables, and how to execute our SQL queries. Okay. So guys, we have successfully installed our MySQL server and workbench both. So this is the workbench UI. Okay, this is the user interface. So we'll write all our SQL commands. So it is right time to start our writing our very first SQL command. Okay. So basically, before creating any kind of table or to insert any kind of data into the table, very first we need some place where we need to store our data, right? So this place is called database. So before creating any table, we have to create our database. Then inside our database, we have to create multiple tables, and then inside the tables, we have to store our data. Now let's see how to create our database. So in the left panel here you can get all your database. As this is our newly server, so there is no database yet. So this is the system. This is the system database. Okay, this is by default created by from MySQL. So there is no other database. So let's create our first database. So for creating our database, we have to write one simple command, that is create database, and then you have to provide your database name. Suppose company database. Okay, I just give a name, my database as company underscore db. Okay, now if I execute this command, now see create database. You can see create database company underscore db, one way affected. That means our database has been created. Now if you refresh over here, now see company database is showing over here. In the same way, we can create in any number of database. Suppose create database school database. Okay, now here you can get one error. Why? Because always remember, whenever you write a single SQL command, you have to pass one semicolon over here. Without semicolon, the next line will not be executed, so it will show some error. Okay, so now if I execute this one, now see again created database school db. Okay, now again if I refresh, now see school db gets created. So this is how we can create any number of databases. Okay, now this under these databases we can create any number of multiple tables, right? Now next we'll see how many database we have in our server. Okay, so for that we have to write one command, that is show databases. Okay, now if I select this one and execute this line, now see our database is company db, information schema, MySQL, performance schema, and sys. These four are the system databases that automatically created while we install our MySQL server. Okay, so these two are newly created database that we have created. Okay, company db, school db. So how many databases we have in our server? In order to get all the names of our databases, we just need to pass this SQL command, show databases, right? Now suppose we want to create any database with the same name that already we have. We have already database in the same name. Then now see it will show error code 1007, can't create database company underscore db database exist. Okay, so it will show error. But in order to avoid this type of error, what we can do, we can write something like this: create database if not exist. Okay, if not exist. Now if I execute this command, now see it is not throwing any error, it is showing one warning. Okay, one row affected. That means this command, this SQL command has successfully executed. That is why it is showing one row affected. It is not showing any error, it is showing one warning that can't create database company db database exist, right? So to avoid the error, you can write something like this, because if not exist means if the same this name database is already exists, then it will not execute anything, it will not show any error. But if not any database exists in the same name, then it will create. Okay, now for example, if we write something like this: hospital database. Okay, that means create database if not exist hospital DB. That means if hospital database is not exist, then it please create my database, else it will not create any kind of database. If hospital DB is not present in my server, then it will create this database. If it is exist, then it will show on warning only. It will not throw any kind of error. Okay, that is why in separate side we can write something like this, if not exist. Right, now if I execute, now see one row affected. Okay, because there is no database in the name of hospital DB in my server, so it's just created. Now if I refresh, now see hospital DB got created. Okay, so either you can create your database like this, create database and provide your database name, or you can create something like this, create database, if not exist, then provide your database name. This is the safer side. If our database is not present, then it will create, else it will not create. Okay, so we have created our multiple databases. Now we have to create our tables inside our databases, and then we have to insert our data. But before creating our tables, we have to select our database first, because there are multiple databases. Now if you directly write our SQL command for creating tables, then MySQL won't understand which database you want to work with. Okay, it will be confused, so it will show error. So before creating our table, first we have to select our database, then we can write our further SQL command. Okay, so there is two way to select our database. First one is, suppose we want to work with this company database. So one way is you have to double click over here. Now see, company DB gets bolded. That means this database got selected. Now whatever SQL command or whatever SQL command for creating tables or inserting data into the tables you will write, everything will got effect on this company DB only. Okay, it will not affect in hospital DB or school DB anything. Okay, so this is the one way. And another way is, you have to write one command, that is use, and then you have to pass your database name. Suppose right now I want to work with school DB. Okay, then I have to pass school DB. Okay, I have to provide semicolon. Okay, use school DB. Okay, now if I execute this command, now see, school DB got bolded. That means this school DB got selected. Now whatever SQL command I will pass, that will affect only this database only. It will not affect the other thing. Okay, so this is how in these two way you have to select your database first, then you have to pass your further SQL command to create tables, to insert data into the table, all these things, right? So I hope you understand how to create our database, how to see how many databases we have in our server, and how to select the databases which we want to work with, right? Next we will see database terminology, right? So before we start creating our tables and writing our further SQL queries, let's quickly understand the basic terminology used in databases. Okay, so those are, one is database, two is table, three is column, four is row, five is record, six is field, and seven is schema. Okay, so basically you already know what is database. So suppose this is our database. This is the place where we can create our multiple tables, right? We can create our multiple tables, and inside these tables we can store our data, all the records, right? So basically, this is the place where we can store all our data. This is called database. You already know this, right? So next is table. Table is where we can store all our data. Okay. Table always consists of row and column. Okay. This is our table. Suppose student table. Student table. Okay. Now these are column. Okay. This is column 1. This is column 2 and this is column 3. And these are the rows. Okay. This is row 1, row 2, row 3, row 4. Okay. Suppose this is my student ID, student name and student marks. Okay. So these are my column, student ID, student name and student marks. These are my column and these are my row. Okay. These are my row, right? So this is table, this is column and this is row. Okay. Now records. Records means one single row is a record. Suppose this is my student ID 1, student name Sam, marks 85. Okay. So this single row, this entire single row becomes my one record. Okay. This entire single row becomes my one record, right? Field. Field is a single value of intersection of row and column. Suppose in the, this is student 2, student ID 2, 3, 4. Okay. So this single value intersection of row and column. Okay. Each single box or each single value is called field. Okay. So this 2 is field, 3 is field, 4 is field. Here suppose name is Jack. So Jack is a single field. Sam is a single field. 85 is a single field. Okay. So each intersection of row and column, each value is a field, right? And schema. Schema is basically the blueprint or structure. Okay. Schema is basically a blueprint of structure. For example, you want to build your own home. Okay. So before building the house, the architect creates a plan showing where every room, doors and windows will be located, right? In the same way, before storing our data, we need to define the structure of our database. This is called schema. So schema is a blueprint or structure of a database. So something like this. Suppose we want to create one school database. Okay. School database. Now under this database, we want to create one table that is student. Another table we want to create, suppose faculties. Another table, suppose exam. Okay, something like this. So this become our schema. This is our schema where we can structured or we have created our blueprint how our entire database should be like, right? So first we have school database. Under this database we have to have student table, faculty table, exam table, like this. So we have created our blueprints for our database, right? This is called schema. So these are the basic database terminology that you should know before starting your SQL journey, right? Now we will see data types. Data types. Okay. Before creating our tables, we need to answer one very important question. Suppose you are designing a customer table. Okay, customer table. So, suppose you are designing a customer table. Here, one column for name, customer name, okay. One column customer age, one column date of birth, one column salary, etc. Right? Should now think, should all these columns store data in exactly the same way? No. A person name contains text. It should contain text, right? Age contain whole number. Date of birth should contain date format, and salary may contain decimal number. Okay. So since every column stores a different types of information, the database needs to know exactly what kind of value are allowed in each column, right? That's what data types comes into the picture. Okay. That's what data types comes into the picture. A data types, in definition, we can say a data types defines the kind of data that a column can store. Okay, a data type defines the kind of data that a column store. It acts as a rule that tell database what values are valid for that column, for that exact column. Okay, that means when name column, this text, when this column can store only text, then it cannot accept any whole number. Okay, when this column age, this column accept whole number, then this column cannot accept any text. Okay, this DOB, this column can take only date format, then it cannot accept any kind of text value. In the same way, whatever data types have been assigned to each column, that column will accept that data type value only. It will not accept any other format. So data types helps the database enforce these rules, right? So MySQL provides many data types, but don't worry, we don't need to memorize all of them. In real world scenario, a small set of data types cover the vast majority of use cases. So we'll see all different type of data types one by one. Okay. So if we categorize our data types, then basically we have 4 different type of data types. The first one is numeric. Second one is string. Third one is date and time. And fourth one is Boolean. Or in MySQL, we can say it as bool. Okay. Now in numeric data types, we have int type data type. Okay, int, that is integer. Basically, the standard counting number without decimal. Okay, for example, 50, 60, 200, 500, all these things, all the integer number. Okay. Next, we have big int. That means big integer number. Basically, the numbers that exist approximately 2.1 billion limit of a standard integer, that is called big integer. Suppose you need to mention global TikTok videos views, then you have to mention like something like this. This is a big number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is a big number, right? Suppose you have to mention world population count, then you have to use this type of data types, numeric data type, that is big int. Okay. Now next we have decimal. Decimal is basically exact values where rounding errors are unacceptable. Okay, rounding values are unacceptable. For example, if suppose we need to mention product retail price. Okay, any product retail price, that is $19.99. Okay, so here we cannot round this number. We cannot say it is $20, right? Because this is a price, retail price of any product. So we have to mention exactly something like this, 19.99. So whatever the value, we cannot round it up. So rounding errors are unacceptable. There we have to use decimal number. So basically, whatever we need to mention exact number, then we have to use this decimal data types. Okay. Next we have float. Float. Float is basically single precision floating number. Okay. Approximately any approximate value of any floating number. Suppose we need to mention human body temperature, then we can mention 36.6. Okay. GPS latitude coordinator 40.7128, something like this. So wherever measurement where slight surrounding variation do not impact the result, there we can use this float data types. Next we have double. Okay, this is basically double precision floating number. It is basically highly precious scientific data or massive scale functional number. Suppose we need to mention distance between Earth and Mars in kilometer. Then something we have to mention something like this: 56, 546 4 times 0.175. Okay, so wherever we have a massive scale function number, then we have to use this double data types. So in integer is any whole number, any integer value. Big int is basically the bigger integer number. Decimal is basically is a exact floating number. Okay, exact floating number that we cannot round it up. Floating is approximately any floating values that little bit we can change. Okay, that is float, and double is the double precision floating number. Okay. Now next we have string. In string we have first we have char, that means character. Okay, character is basically fixed length. Always remember fixed length. Fixed length. So string character is basically string that always have the exact same number of characters. Okay. For example, if you need to mention any country code, suppose NY, IN, CA, something like this. Okay. Or any kind of ISO country code, anything. Wherever string that always have the exact same number of characters, on that case we have to use char string type of data type. Okay, char. Second we have varchar. Varchar is basically text that varies in length but stays under a specific limit. Okay, text that varchar basically a text that varies in length. It may be varies from 10, 20, 30, whatever. The length can be varied but stays under a specific limit. For example, whenever we need to mention name, email address, account password, something like this, whenever we need to store this type of data, then we can use varchar. And third one we have text. Text is basically large block of text where the exact length is unknown. So for example, any description, or any comment box. Okay, so in description comment box you cannot have any specific length, because description, any kind of description or comment may be vary from any kind of length. So you cannot specifically mention any specific length. This type of case you have to mention text data type. Okay. Next we have date and time. In date and time we have one data type, that is date. It basically gives the format of year, month, and day. Okay. For example, 2026. This is the year. This is the month. This is the date. Okay. This is the date format. Another we have time. Time data type. Here we have format like hour, minute, and second. Suppose 20, 30, 24. 20 hours, 30 minutes, 24 seconds. Next we have date time. Date time. Date time data type. It will the format of this date and time together. That means 2026 0625 along with the time 20, 30, 24. Okay. So whenever we need to mention only date, then you can use date. Whenever you need to mention time, then you have to use time data type. Whenever you have to mention date and time together, then you have to use date time format. And another we have timestamp. Timestamp. It is basically automatically track timestamps. Okay, it automatically tracks the timestamp. And finally, we have boolean or bool. In MySQL, it is called bool. Okay, that means if one equal to true and 0 means false. Okay, this is y, this is n. Yes, no, true, false, 1, 0. Okay, this is the boolean. So whenever we need to mention this type of data, then we can use boolean data types. So I hope you understand what type of data types we have, how many data types we have, and under this each data type, how many different type of data types we have, and where we need to use all these data types in our database, right? Now let's understand about a simple but very important topic, that is null value. So if you don't understand about null value, then in future when you write any conditional statement or immediate function in SQL command, then you won't understand anything, because null is very important. So try to understand null properly. Okay. Suppose a customer, take a scenario, a customer sign up on an e-commerce website. Now, whenever the customer is going to sign up, then he has to provide his name, email ID, right? Phone number, everything. Now, suppose customer has mentioned his name, his email ID, but he did not mention his phone number. Now, in database, the name has been stored and email ID has been stored. But what should the database store in phone number column? Is it 0? No. Is it empty string? Empty string? No, it is not. It is basically null. It is basically null. Null means it is not 0. It is not empty list. It is simply mean we don't know the value of this field yet. We don't know the value of this field yet. Okay, this is simply definition of null. Null represents missing, unknown, or unavailable information. It is not 0, not empty string, not a blank space. Always remember. Okay, null represents missing, unknown, or unavailable information. So in this scenario, in our database, in name column, name will be stored. In email column, email ID will be stored, and in phone number, the null value will be stored. The null value will be stored. The null value means this value is currently unknown or unavailable. So it will be something like this. In name column, suppose name has been stored. This is name. This is our table. Name, email ID, and phone number. This is our table. Now here Sam has been stored in name column. Suppose in email ID name@gmail.com has been stored, and as phone number, customer did not mention any phone number, so the value null value will be stored here. Okay, this null value will be stored here. So I hope you understand what is null value and where this null value gets stored in our database, right? Now let's talk about very important feature of SQL, that is keys. Keys. Okay. So first one is primary key. Primary key. Suppose this is our student table. Now here I have only 3 records, but imagine we have 20,000 students in our table. Okay. Now 2 or many students can have the same name. Like this, here we have John. Again we have John. So we have same name in our database. Multiple times we can have same name. We can have few students that may live in the same city. This John lives in Delhi. This John also lives in Delhi. Right? Now, if someone asks you to find information about John, then how do you know which John we are referring to? Now, clearly it is visible that using only student's name is not reliable because name can be repeated, right? That is why every student is assigned a unique student key. So this would be student. Okay, student key, student ID. Okay, so every student has been assigned with a student ID. No two student can have the same student ID. The student ID uniquely identifies each student. Okay, so you can see student ID 101, 102, 103. All are different. All are different to each other. So student ID cannot have the same. Okay, it cannot be duplicated. So each student will assign with a unique student ID, right? So in database, this unique identifier is called primary key. Okay, in database, this unique identifier is called primary key. So in this student table, this student ID, this column is our primary key. Primary key. Okay, so a primary key is a column or sometimes a combination of column. Okay, sometimes it is basically a column or sometimes it is combination of column whose value uniquely identifies every row in a table. This 101 uniquely identifies this row, this John and Delhi. This 102 is uniquely identifies this Ima and Mumbai, and this 103, this student ID uniquely identifies these John and Delhi, right? So primary key is a column or sometimes a combination of column whose value uniquely identifies every row in a table. Okay, and always remember a primary key cannot have duplicate values or null values. Okay, and each table can have only one primary key. Each table will have only one primary key, and primary key cannot be duplicated, and primary key cannot have any null value, right? So in a table, which column's value uniquely identifies every row, that specific column is called primary key of that table. Okay. Now let's see in the practical how to mention primary keys while creating our tables in a database, right? Now let's first create our one database. Okay. So you already know how to create database. So command is create database and you provide your database name. Suppose e-commerce underscore lib. Okay. Now if I execute, now see one row affected, and now we press, now see my e-commerce DB has been created. Okay. Now, in order to select this e-commerce database, so that whenever we write any kind of SQL command, then that will affect only this e-commerce DB. So basically, we have to activate this e-commerce database. So for that, we have to write use e-commerce DB. Either you can double click on this database name, or you can write this command. Okay. Now, if I execute, now see e-commerce DB, this database has been activated. Okay. Now let's see how to create our tables. Okay. Now for creating our tables, the SQL command is create table. Then you have to provide your table name. Suppose we want to create a table name, that is customer table. Okay, customer table. So just like database, we have to write create, then table, then we have to provide table name. Okay. Now we have to put parentheses, and within this parentheses we have to mention all your column name, whatever we want to keep in our table. Okay. So for example, first of all, we want to keep customer ID. Okay. Then we have to provide the data type, that is int. Okay. And I want to make this customer ID as primary key. So we have to write primary key. That's it. That means in our customer table, we are creating one column that is named customer ID, and we are making this customer ID column as primary key. Okay. So this is the format. Always you have to write create table name, then with this parenthesis you have to provide first column name, then you have to provide your data type, then you have to provide primary key. Okay. Now second column we can create customer name, and the data type of this customer name column should be varchar, because here customer name we need to mention customer name, so we have to mention varchar, and here we have to provide the length of this column. So suppose 100, that means 100 character. This customer name has to be within 100 characters. Okay. So we just mention 100. As this is our normal column customer name, so we don't need to mention anything else. Okay. In the same way, if I want to keep one another field, that is email. Okay. Then we have to provide our data type, that is varchar, and here also I just mentioned the length 100. And another field I want to keep, that is city, that is also varchar, and here I just mentioned the length is 50. That's it. Now my structure is ready for creating my table, customer table. This is my structure. Okay. Now here you can do one thing, customer ID integer primary key. We have made this customer ID as primary key. Here when we insert our data in this table, then we have to manually insert our customer ID. If we have a unique customer ID that we need to mention from our side, then we can mention something like this, customer ID integer primary key. But suppose we want to automatically generate some unique values. Okay, unique values in customer ID. Then what we can do, we can mention auto increment. That's it. Now what happened here, you don't need to mention customer ID. Whenever you insert your data in this table, then we don't need to insert any value in this customer ID field, it will automatically create, it will automatically generate the unique value. Suppose it will start from 1, then again when you insert a new data, then it will generate a new value, that is 2. Then again when you insert a new value, then it will automatically create the next incremental value, that is 3, something like this. Okay, so if you need to mention customer ID by yourself, then don't need to mention auto increment. But if you want your primary key has to be generated automatically with incremental value, then you can just mention auto increment. Okay, so for the timing, I'm not mentioning this one. So this is my SQL command for creating my table with primary key. Okay, now if I execute my SQL command, now see 0 row affected, create table customer name and 0 row affected. That means my table has been created. Now if I refresh and try to see the table, now see customer table has been created. And if you try to see the column names, then now see customer ID, customer name, email, city. This 4 column has been created in my table, that is customer table. Okay, now if you want to see your table in a table view, then you have to just you have to write select start from, so you have to write your table name, that is customer. Now if you execute, now see this is your table. This is a table, customer ID, customer name, email, city. These 4 column is here in your customer table. Okay, and see, as we don't have any data in our table, so automatically MySQL store null value in each field. Null value. Okay, null value, null value, null value, null value. So null value means, it doesn't mean it is 0 or blank. It means I have not mentioned any kind of value yet in this field. So automatically MySQL saves null value in this field. Okay, so I hope you understand how to create tables and how to mention primary keys while creating our tables, right? And this comment, this SQL comment is for uh, viewing all our data from our table. Select star, star means all. Okay, star means all. So we want to see all from our this table. So this is the SQL command. Select star from table name. That's it, and it will show all the data from your from this specific table. Okay. Now let's understand about foreign key. Our next key is foreign key. Foreign key. Okay. So we saw that a primary key uniquely identifies every row in a table, right? Now think we are building a e-commerce website. Okay, just think as a real world scenario. We are creating a e-commerce website. Okay. Now we have a customer table. Now here this customer ID is our primary key, because each row is having unique number. Okay, that means it is primary. This table has single primary key. Okay. Now imagine, now suppose John place an order. Okay, John place an order. Should we add that order inside this customer table? No, because a customer can place one order today, another order tomorrow, and 100 of orders over the year. So if we store all the order in our customer tables, the same customer information would be repeated again and again. That would waste storage, create duplicate data, and make our database very difficult to manage. Right? Instead of that, we create a separate table, that is order table. Okay. But now the another question arises: how does the order table know which customer placed each order? That is where foreign key comes into the picture. So a foreign key is a column in one table that refers to a primary key of another table. That means here you can see this is my order table. So I have already told you every table has a single primary key. So this order table has this primary key, this one order ID, primary key. Why? because see, all the order ID is different to each other. Okay, so this is my primary key. Now see, order 101 has been placed by customer ID 1. 102 has been placed by customer ID 2. Again 103, this order has been placed by 1. That means this order and this order has been placed by John. Okay, order ID is unique. Order ID is unique, but customer ID is getting repeated, right? That means this customer ID column of this order table, customer ID column of this order table is referring the customer ID of another table, and here my customer ID is primary. So when one column of one table is referring to the primary column of another table, then it is called foreign key. That means this customer ID is primary key of this customer table, but this customer table is become foreign key in order table, because this customer table of order, this customer column of this order table is referring this primary column of customer table. That is why this customer ID is called foreign key, and this table called parent table, and this table called child table. Okay, so when one column of child table is referring to the primary column of the parent table, then this column is called foreign key in our child table. Understand? So always remember, primary key is uniquely identifies 0. Primary key is completely unique, but foreign key refers a key in another table. Basically, primary key refers a primary key in another table, that is foreign key. And foreign key may be repeated. Foreign key may be duplicated. Okay. In the same way, suppose we have another table, that is product table. Okay, product table. Now in this product table we have product ID and another is order ID. Now suppose we have product ID 1, 2, 3. Okay, this is my product table. So this product ID is my primary key of this table, and order ID, suppose this is 101, this is 102, this is 101. Now see, order 101 has been repeated. That means this product has been ordered in 101 order ID, and also this product also has been placed in 101 order ID, right? That means this order ID column of this product table is referring to a primary key of another table, that is order table. That is why this order ID column is called foreign key in product table. Understand? This order ID is primary key in order table, but this order ID becomes foreign key in product table, because this column is referring to a primary key column in another table. That is why it is called foreign key. Now, in this case, this table become my parent table and this table become my child table. Right? So if I repeat everything, now see, this customer table is having primary key, that is customer ID. Right? Now in order table, order ID is my primary key, and this customer ID becomes my foreign key, because this customer ID is referring to the primary key, that is customer ID in another table, that is customer table. Right? In the same way, in product table, my product ID is my primary key, and this order ID becomes my foreign key, because this order ID column referring to the another primary key column of another table, that is order table. That is why this column becomes primary key. as foreign key, right? So I hope you understand what is foreign key and how foreign keys differ from primary key in a table, right? Now let's see in practical how to create foreign keys while creating our tables in MySQL database. So in our e-commerce database, we have already one table, that is customer table, right? Now let's create order table. So the SQL command is create table. Then you have to provide your table name. I have already shown you. Now this is my order table. Now I have to put this parenthesis, and within this I have to mention all my columns one by one. So first of all, let me insert my order ID column. This should be integer, and this is my primary key. Now next column we want to keep, that is customer ID, that is integer. One column we can keep, that is order date, and the format should be date, data type should be date. And another column we can keep, that is total amount, and this is decimal. And we can pass 10, 2. This 10, 2 means 10 means total 10 digit number. Okay, maximum 10 digit number. We can insert maximum 10 digit number, and 2 means 2 decimal places, right? So these 4 are my column in my order table. Now in order to mention our foreign key, what we can do? We have to write foreign key, and which column we want to make our foreign key, that is customer ID. So we have to pass this customer ID. That means we want to make this customer ID as a foreign key in my order table. Okay. And another thing you need to pass, that is reference. And we have to mention our table name, from which table we are taking this reference. That means customer table. And in this customer table, which column we want to referring, that is customer ID. That means this customer ID of order table, this customer ID of this order table is referring the primary key, that is customer ID, in another table, that is customer table. Okay, this customer ID is my foreign key. Now this customer ID of order table is referring to the another table, that is customer table, and which column? That is customer ID column. This is primary column of this customer table. Okay. Now my order tables creation format is ready. Now here one error. Now see, order is invalid at this position. That means we have to provide S, because order is a reserved word. So we have to provide another name, that is orders. Okay. Now my table format is ready. Now if I execute, now see, create table order, 0 row affected. That means my table has been created. Now if I refresh, now see, in my e-commerce database, under the table I have customer table and order table, both. And in order table we have columns, order ID, customer ID, order date, total amount. And if we want to see as a table format, then we have to write select star from table name, that is orders. That means we want to get star means all. We want to get everything from order tables. Now if I execute, now see, this is my table, order table. In this order table, I have order ID, customer ID, order date, total amount. This 4 column. And here order, this order ID is my primary key, and this customer ID is my foreign key in this order table. And as we did not insert any value, so it is showing null. It is showing null value, right? So this is how we can create foreign key in our table. So as I shown you in my theory, you can create another table, that is product table, and create primary keys, foreign keys, taking reference from this order table. That means this order table becomes the parent table, and product table becomes your child table. Now you can create your product table as well. So this is your homework. You do it by yourself. So once you do it by yourself, then you can get more clear picture about primary key and foreign keys. Okay. Now let's talk about candidate key. Candidate key. Right. In the previous lesson, we have already learned that every table should have a single primary key, and that primary key uniquely identifies every row in a table. Right. But there is an interesting question. Suppose imagine this is my customer table. This is my customer table for my e-commerce application. Okay. Now, which column should you consider as a primary key? Because primary key means uniquely identifies every row. Now, if you see this customer ID is every row is having unique different values. Email ID, this is also unique. All the data is unique. In phone number, all the phone number is unique. That means this customer ID, this column, and this column is separately uniquely identifies each and every row of this table, right? That means all 3 columns uniquely identifies our customer. Then among these 3 column, which should we consider as a primary key? Now here candidates key comes in the picture. Candidates key means every unique column, which uniquely identifies each row, that is called candidate key. That means this customer ID is my candidate key. This email ID column is also my candidate key. This phone number is also my candidate key. Okay, so all the column which uniquely identifies each record of our or each row of our table, that is considered as candidate key. So among this candidate key, you have to choose your primary key. While making your table, while you are designing your table, then among this candidate key, you have to choose primary key. That means all primary key is my candidate key, but all candidate key is not primary key. Always remember, this is an interview question. All primary key is a candidate key, but all candidate key is not primary key, because we have to select primary key among this candidate key. Among all the candidate key, we have to choose one primary key, which we want to make as primary, right? Because all the candidate key have the potential to be primary key, so we have to choose one candidate key as a primary key. That is why it is called all primary key is a candidate key, but all candidate key is not primary key, because remaining candidate key is still remain as it is. If we make this customer ID as a primary key, then this customer ID become primary key, but email ID and phone number, these both column still be candidate key. Okay. So once we choose any column as a primary key, then remaining candidate key can still be enforced as a unique using unique constant. Okay, as a unique using unique constant. So once we suppose we choose primary customer ID as a primary key, then remaining these two candidate key can still be enforced as a unique using this unique constant. So what is this unique constant? So basically this unique constant prevent duplicate value in column. So what is unique constant, that we'll discuss in later, don't worry. But for the timing, just understand that it prevents duplicate values in those columns. So while making, suppose we're designing this customer table, so we make customer ID as primary key, and we have to mention unique constant against these two candidate key, so that this two candidate key will not take any kind of duplicate as value. Okay, it remains unique. So let's revise it again. Always remember, in a table, all the columns which uniquely identifies each row, that is called candidate key. Okay, that is called candidate key. This customer IDs, email ID, phone number, these three columns are uniquely identifies each row because all the values are unique, right? So this three column is candidate key, and among this candidate key we have to choose one primary key, because one table should have only one primary key. So among this candidate key we have to choose one primary key. So always remember, all primary key is candidate key, but all candidate key is not primary key. Okay, all primary key is a candidate key, but all candidate key is not primary key, right? And one more thing you need to remember, while designing our table, then we have to make one column as a primary key, and we have to enforce others candidate key to be unique using this unique constant. To prevent any kind of duplication, we have to use unique constant against this other candidate keys. Okay, so I hope you understand what is candidate key and how it different from primary key. Now let's see in practical how to create candidate key while creating our tables. So this is my MySQL workbench. Now I have to create one customer table where I want to keep 4 columns: customer ID, customer name, email, and phone number. And where my customer ID, email, and phone number is should be my candidate key, and I want to make customer ID as a primary key. So before that, let me drop this customer table. Cannot drop the table customer reference by the foreign key constant. Yes, if you remember, while creating our this order table, then we make this customer ID as a foreign key, and this foreign key has been taken reference from this customer table, because in customer table the customer ID is my primary key, and here in order table customer ID becomes foreign key. So we take reference from this customer table. That is why it is not getting deleted. So we have to delete the both table. So let me delete first order table. Yes, deleted. Now we have to delete our customer table. Yes, all tables get deleted. Now see, there is no table. Okay. So this is one of the most important thing that you get to know, that why once two tables are linked using foreign key or primary key, then you cannot delete the parent table, because customer table was my parent table and order table was my child table. So without deleting my child table, we cannot delete my parent table, right? Okay, now back to the candidate key. Now let me create the customer table again. So for that I have to write create table, and I have to pass my table, right? Suppose customer table. Now in this parenthesis I have to use all the column name one by one. So first of all, I am to use customer ID. Customer ID, and it would be integer type, and I want to make this column as a primary key. Okay. Now I have customer name, that is varchar, and I am to keep length 100. Next I am to keep email, it is also varchar, and length is 100. Now see, customer ID is uniquely identifies each row, so I make it primary key. customer name can be repeated. So I'm not doing anything with this column. Email ID is also uniquely identifies each row. So that means this email ID is my candidate key, right? So to make this column unique, I have to use unique constant, so that this column will not take any kind of duplicate value. So it will always take unique value. So that it will remain candidate key. Okay, because candidate key should not have any kind of duplicate value. So using this unique value, we enforce this column not to take any kind of duplicate value. So once it will not take any kind of duplicate value, then it will remain candidate key, right? That is why we need to use this unique constant. In the same way, my phone is also my candidate key. So varchar 15, and again I have to use unique constant. Okay, now you understand? Now my structure is ready. So let me repeat it again. Create table name. This is my table. I'm creating customer table. Here my customer ID, integer value. It is my data type is integer. I am making this customer ID as primary key. Okay, primary key also a candidate key. Always remember. Customer name can be repeated, so I'm not doing it anything. So it is simple. Customer ID varchar length is 100. Email varchar 100, and I use unique constant because unique email ID is also unique. So email ID is uniquely identifies each row. So that is why we have used unique constant, so that this column will not take any kind of duplicate value. So once it will not take any kind of duplicate value, so it will be unique, and once it is unique, then it is become duplicate. It is become candidate key. Okay, so that is why we use unique constant. In the same way, phone number is also unique for every customer, so it is also my candidate key. So we have used phone varchar 15 length, and we have used unique constant, right? Now if we execute, now see 0 row affected, create table customer. So my table gets created. Now if I refresh, now see my tables customers gets created. Now if I want to see my table structure, then I have to write select start from customers. Now if I execute, now see this is my table: customer ID, customer name, email, phone number. This is my primary key. This is my primary key, also a candidate key. This is my candidate key, and this is my candidate key. Okay. So I hope you understand how to create our candidate key while creating our table. Okay. Now let's understand about composite key. Composite key. So in our previous lesson, we have already learned about primary key and candidate key. We have seen that primary key uniquely identifies every row in a table. Most of our example while we were creating customer table, then we used customer ID as primary key. When we create order table, then we create order ID column as a primary key, right? But here is an interesting question. What if one column, what if in any kind of table, if a single column alone is not enough to uniquely identify a record? That means in this table, customer ID uniquely identifies each row, order table order ID is uniquely identifies each row. But what if in any table a single column is not enough to identify each row? Then what will happen? Suppose, let me explain. Suppose we have order table. Okay, order table. So we have order ID, and suppose this is my customer ID. Customer ID. Order ID 1, 2, 3, 101, 102, 103. and customer ID, suppose 1, 2, 1, anything. Okay. In this table, this is my primary key. Okay. And this is my foreign key. It may be foreign key if I take reference from customer table. In the same way, suppose I have another table, that is product table. Here, one column is product ID and another is suppose customer ID. Customer ID. My product ID is suppose 1, 2, 3. Customer ID 1, 2, 1. Okay. I'm just giving one example. In this table, this product ID is my primary key, and this can be my foreign key. Okay. So this table, this order table having this order ID primary key, because this column is uniquely identifies each row. That is okay. In product table also, this product ID uniquely identifies each row, so it is my primary key. But suppose we are creating one new table, suppose order items. Order items. We are creating a new table, order items. This table stores which product belongs to which order. Okay, this table will store which product belongs to which order. For example, one column is order ID. Another column is product ID. And another column is quantity. Okay. Now, order ID, suppose 101. Again, we have 101, 102. Product ID 1, 2, 1. And the amount is anything. 100, 200, 100. Anything. Okay. Now, let's understand. This 101 order ID is having product ID 1. And this 101 order ID is also having a product ID 2. And 102 order ID is also having a product ID 1. Okay. Now think, can order ID alone uniquely identifies each row? No, because my order ID gets repeated. In the same way, can product ID alone uniquely identifies each row? No, because here also my product ID gets repeated. But if we combine these two columns, order ID and product ID, if we combine these two columns, then it become one unique key. Suppose if we combine this one, suppose 101 plus 1, this 101 plus 2, and this become 101, 102 plus 1. So this become unique, this become unique, this become unique, right? That means if we combine these two columns, then each row will be unique. Each row will be unique. This combination is called composite key. Understand? When any column is not enough alone to uniquely identify each row, just try to understand. When any column of a table alone is not enough to identify each row, each record of that table, then we need to combine multiple column to make each record unique. That combination is called composite key. Here, my order ID is not enough to identify each row. Order ID also is not enough to identify each row. That is why we need to combine these two columns. We need to combine these two columns to make this each record unique. Right? This combination is called composite key. Okay. Now let's see practically how to create composite key. Now let's create order items table in this e-commerce database. Okay. So for that, create table. Now I have to pass my table name, that is order items. Here I am to keep 3 columns. One is order ID. One is product ID, and another is quantity. Okay, so my order ID data would be integer, product ID is integer, and quantity is also integer, right? So this is my format, but here I did not mention any kind of primary key because in this table my order ID can be repeated, so I cannot make it primary key. Product ID is also gets repeated, so I cannot make it primary key, and quantity is differently. Now how to make my primary key in this table? So for that, what we have to do? Basically, we have to combine this order ID and product ID, these two columns. We have to combine these two columns to make each row unique. Okay. So that once we combine these two columns, then each row becomes unique, and automatically my primary key will be created. So for combining these two columns to make this primary key, we have to write primary key. Okay, primary key, and here I have to pass all the column names that I want to combine. So here I want to combine my order ID, comma, product ID. That's it. So this is my order items tables. Here I have order ID, product ID, and quantity. Order ID and product ID, I cannot make them primary because order ID can have duplicate value and product ID may have duplicate value. So I cannot make it primary key. So what we have to do? I have to combine these two columns. And this combination is called composite key. And to make a composite key, we have to write primary key, and within this parenthesis, I have to pass these two columns. Which two columns I want to combine? So once I combine these two columns, then each row will be unique. Each row will be unique, and automatically it will create my primary key. So this combination is called composite key, and by combining this, we make all the rows unique, and automatically it becomes my primary key. Okay, so this is how we can use my composite key to make our primary key in our table. So now if I execute this SQL command, now see, zero affected table, create table. Now if I refresh, then now see, order items table gets created, and in the column I have order ID, product ID, quantity. And in table view, if I want to see, select star from order items. Now let me execute it. Now see, these my order items tables, that order ID, product ID, and quantity. These three columns I have, and I have already in my comment I have already combined these two columns, so it will create one every row unique. Okay. So I hope you understand how to create composite key while creating our tables. Now let's talk about surrogate key. So so far we have learned about primary keys, candidate keys, composite key, and foreign key, right? But there is a question that many beginners ask. Suppose we have a customer table. Here I have a one column that is customer ID, customer name, and email. Right? Now, if email is a unique, so my email, all the email of a customer is unique, right? Now, if email is already unique, then why do we need to create this customer ID column for making our primary key? Right? If my email address column is unique, then we could have make this email as a primary key, right? Then why do we need to create this customer ID? Now see, if you make this email as primary key, then what would be the problem? Now see, Suppose I have customer 1, customer 2. This is John. He is Sam. The customer email ID for John is john@gmail.com. And this is sam@gmail.com. Okay. So first, when this customer, this John, gets registered, then he registered as john@gmail.com. But tomorrow or after a few days, John changes his email ID. Suppose he changes his email ID as john@company.com. Okay. So email ID of John has been changed. Now, if the email itself is a primary key, then every table that references that email, must be updated. As this email ID has been updated in this customer table, then every table that references this email must be updated, right? So imagine thousands of orders, invoices, payments, and shipping orders depending on that email address. So updating all those relationship would be difficult and could introduce errors. Instead of doing that, what we can do, while creating our table, we introduce this customer ID a new column. We introduce this customer ID a new column as a primary key, because this number never gets changed. So even if the customer's name, email ID, phone number, or address, anything gets changed, the customer ID remains the same. This customer ID remains the same. So this type of identifier is called surrogate. And this surrogate, always remember, this surrogate basically system generated. If you remember, while I show you how to make primary key, in my primary key slide, I used auto increment. So basically, whenever we create any kind of surrogate key, then we use auto increment, so that it gets the value of this field, the value of this column gets generated automatically by system. Okay. So surrogate key is a artificial key created by database. Always remember, a surrogate key is an artificial key that created by database or the application. It has no business value. It has no business meaning. Its only purpose to uniquely identify each row. Okay. Just we create this type of value to just uniquely identify each row. Surrogate keys are often generated automatically using features such as auto increment. Okay. Using auto increment, we can create surrogate key, and it gets generated automatically by our system or application. So I hope you understand what is surrogate key and how to why we do need to create any kind of surrogate key in our table, and how to create this surrogate key using auto increment features. Now let's see practically how to create surrogate key using auto increment features while creating our tables. So I'm creating a new table, suppose customer table. So customer tables I have already in my database. So let me drop this one first. Okay. Now again I'm creating my customer table. So my command is create table name, that is customers. Now I have to provide my columns. First of all, my column is customer ID. This should be integer. Data is integer. Now to make this column primary and surrogate key, we have to use auto increment. That's it. And here I have to pass primary key. That means I am making this customer ID column as the primary key. At the same time, this is my surrogate key, so I'm using auto increment, so that all the value of this column gets automatically generated. So once I insert any value in this customer table, then I don't need to pass any value to this column. It only automatically generated and gets inserted to my table. Okay. So next one is customer name that is varchar and 100, email varchar
Yep.
100, and as this is my candidate key, so I just mention unique and phone varchar 100, and this is also my candidate key, so I just mention unique. Okay, so these four are my column in my customer tables. Now I make this customer ID as my primary key, and I use this auto increment to make it surrogate key. Okay, this is my customer name, and this is my email ID, and this is my phone. As these two are my candidate key, so I just use unique. So what happened? Once I execute this code, then my tables will get created, and once I insert any value to this customer table, then I have to insert only customer name, email ID, and phone number. I don't need to mention customer ID. It will automatically created by system, as I mentioned, auto increment. Okay, so let me execute it. Now see, my table gets created. Now if I execute, now see, customer table gets created, and this is my table view. Select start from customer. Now see, this is my table. Customer ID, customer name, email ID, and phone number. Okay. So I hope you understand how to create surrogate key while making our table using this auto increment features, right? Now let's talk about one of the most important topic in SQL, that is database relationship. So so far we have learned different type of keys: primary keys, foreign keys, candidate keys, right? Now it's time to answer one of the biggest question in relational database: how the tables are connected to each other. If you know, so in our database we have customer table, right? We have order table, we have product table, we have review. Suppose we have review table. So different type of table is there in our database. So these tables don't exist independently. Always remember, these tables don't exist independently. They are actually connected. How? Suppose I have customer ID, customer name, 1, 2, 3. This is my order ID and customer ID. Okay. Here I have product ID and order ID. And here I have review ID and customer ID or order ID, anything. Okay. Now here I have customer ID, customer name. In this here I have order ID 101, 102, 103, my order ID, and my customer ID suppose 121. Here I have product ID 123, order ID suppose 101, 102, 101. Here review ID suppose 123 and order ID suppose 101, 102, 101, something like this. Okay. Now see, here I have my customer ID, where I have my customer ID, and in order it is my primary key, and in order table my customer ID become my foreign key. So actually these tables are connected using these two rows, using these two rows. Okay, let me do one thing. These tables, these both tables are connected to each other using this customer ID column. Okay, in the same way, here order ID is my unique key, but in product table, order ID is my foreign key. So basically, these two tables are connected using this column, that is order ID. Okay, in this table, my review ID is my primary key, and I have my order ID, that is foreign key. So this order ID, this order ID column, these both table are connected using order ID column. Okay, so basically all the tables in our tables, all the table has to be connected to each other. They cannot exist independently. Okay, so this connection is called relationship. This connection, all these connection are called relationship, right? So in a relational database, a relationship defines how records in one tables are associated with records in another table. Okay, a relationship defines how records in one table are associated with records in another table. These relationships are typically implemented using primary key and foreign key. That I have already shown. Okay, so based on the different type of condition, relationship are three types. Okay, relationship are three types. One is one to one. Second is one to many, and three is many to many. So this three type of relationship is exist in database. So by understanding these three relationship type, you will be able to design almost any type of relationship database. Okay, so let's explore all the relationship one by one. Now first understand one to one. Suppose I have one table, employee table. Here I have employee ID and name. One 101, 102. Suppose name John and Sam. And I have another table, employee passport. Here I have passport ID and employee ID. Passport ID P101, P102, and 101, 10. Now see, in my employee table, customer ID is unique. Customer ID is unique because each customer has its unique ID, and in employee passport, passport ID is unique. At the same time, email ID is also unique because each employee has one passport. Each employee has one passport, and each passport belong to one employee. Just try to understand. Each employee has one passport, and each passport belong to one employee. So there is no duplication. There is no duplication. So when we make any relationship between these two tables, what is the common column? That is employee ID. So we have to make connection using these two column, employee ID. So using we are making this connection using employee ID. This is called one-to-one. Why? Because here all the customer ID is unique, and here also all the customer ID is unique. There is no duplicate value. There is no multiple value or repeated value. So here all the records are unique. Here all the records are unique. So this connection is called one-to-one. Is called one-to-one. So I hope you understand. Now let's move to the second one. That is one to many. One to many. Even we can write like this. 1 is to n, like this. Okay. Here this one we can write something like this. 1:1. Here we can write 1:n. Okay. So one to many. Suppose we have a table customer. Customer ID and name. 1, 2, John and Sam. I have another table, orders table. Here I have order ID. Another is customer ID. Order ID 101, 102, 103. Customer ID 112. Here my customer ID is my primary key, and in order ID my primary key, and customer ID becomes my foreign key. I hope you understand. Why? Because in order ID is unique, but customer ID gets repeated. Customer ID gets repeated, and it take reference from this customer table, so it becomes foreign key. So what we understand from this table? We can understand the customer ID 1, that means John. John had placed two order, that is 101, 102, and Sam, customer ID 2, Sam has placed 103, only one order. That means one customer can place multiple order. One customer can multiple order. One customer can place multiple order. 101, 102. Customer is single, but he can place multiple order. That is why when we connect these two tables using common column, that is customer ID, then this is called one to many, because here my customer ID is unique. But here in this table my customer ID is getting repeated. So here I have only one customer ID is once, but here I have one customer in multiple times, right? So that is why it is called one to many. That means one customer can place multiple order. That is why it is called one to many. When I connect these two tables using this customer ID column, it's become one to many. Okay, one to many connection, one to many relationship, right? And the third one is many to many. We can mention something like this: M:(n). Okay, many to many. Suppose we have a table, student table, student ID and name. Let me make it this small. Name. Okay. One 101, 102, 103. Let's suppose John, Sam, and Ricky. Now I have another table, that is course table. Course table. Here I have course ID, and course name. Suppose C01, C02, C03, C04. Suppose this is SQL, Python, Power BI, machine learning. Okay. Now tell me one thing. Can one student study only one course? Answer is no. John can study SQL, Python, Power BI, ML, anything. Sam can also learn SQL, Python, Power BI, machine learning, anything, and so on. Right? Now what we can say? We can say one student, many course, and one course, many student. Right? One student can learn many course, and at the same time one course may be learned by many student. That is why I have written one student can read many course, and one course can be read by many student. Right? This type of relationship called many to many. This type of relationship called many to many. When we want to connect this type of table, then this is called many to many. So to make a connection, how do we store this type of data in SQL? Now see, either we can do something like this. We can create a table, student ID, suppose 101, name John, and course SQL, Python, machine learning, like this. But because a database column should store one value per row, a database column should store one value per row, not a comma separated list of value. So storing multiple values in a single column, breaks good relational design and makes querying difficulty. Okay. So once we store multiple value in a single column, then basically it breaks the relational design. It breaks the entire relational design and it makes querying difficult. So when we run any kind of SQL command, SQL query, then it will be difficult to fetch the data from database. So storing multiple value in a single column is not possible. So what could be the another approach? We can do something like this: student ID 101, name John, and instead of storing multiple value in a single column, what we can create? We can create multiple column. Course 1, SQL, course 2, Python, course 3, machine learning, something like this, right? But here is also having another problem. Suppose tomorrow John may enroll in another 8 courses. Then how many column we will create? So how many course will be enrolled by the John? That many column I have to create one again and again, right? So basically this is not possible. So this both way cannot be considered for making many to many relationship. So what is the solution? The solution is to create a junction table, or you can say bridge table. Okay. So what is that? That means we have to create a new table. to connect these two tables. For example, suppose we are creating one table, enrollment table. Okay. Now here I create one column, that is student ID, and another column, that is course ID. Okay. Now here I can include multiple students, suppose 101, 101, 102, 102, 103, 103. So 101 student can enroll for C01 course, C02 course, C102 student can enroll for C01 and C03 course, right? In the same way, 103 student can enroll for C02 and C04 course, right? So this is my enrollment table. I just made this enrollment table. Now if you see my student, this table, student ID is my primary key, all the value is unique, and in this enrollment table, my student ID is my foreign key because my student ID is distributed, so it's become foreign key, right? In the same way, in my course table, my course ID is primary key because all the courses are unique, and in this enrollment table, my course ID becomes my foreign key because my course are getting repeated, right? So what we can do, we can connect this table and this table to this table using student ID column, because this is my primary key, this is my foreign key. So I can connect this this student table and enrollment table each other. We can connect these two tables each other using student ID column, and in the same way, I can connect this course table and enrollment table each other using course ID, because here it is my primary key and here it is my foreign key. So I can connect this course table and enrollment table to each other using this course ID, right? So this connection become one to many, and here also this connection is become one to many. So using one to many relationship, I can connect this student table and enrollment table and this course table and enrollment table, right? Now try to understand, as these two table cannot be connected to each other directly. So they both have used this column, this table. They both have used this table as a bridge, right? As these two table cannot be directly connected to each other, so they both have used this table, this common table, as a bridge. That is why this table is called bridge table. Because both these table have used this common table as a bridge. So this is called bridge table. And using this bridge table, we can solve this many to many problem, because now there is no many to many relationship exist, because this table is connected to this table using one to many, and this table gets connected to one to many. So both table has been connected to many, and using this bridge connection, these two table also got connected to each other. So there is no many to many relationship exist. So this is how we can solve many to many relationship, by creating this type of bridge table, right? Now let's understand about the most important thing in SQL, that is SQL commands. Okay, SQL commands. So we have learned about database tables, relationship keys, and database design, right? So we can say we have already learned how a database is organized, right? Now it's finally time to communicate with the database using SQL. But before learning individual SQL command, we need to understand one important idea. That is, SQL contains many different commands. Some commands for create table, database, right? Some for insert data into table, some comments for retrieve data from table, some comments to update data into the table, some for delete data, some for control the transaction, and so many things, right? So there are different type of comments present in SQL that we need to use regularly. But to make SQL easier to learn, these comments are grouped into different categories based on what they do. Okay, based on what they do. The 5 main categories are: one is DDL, one is DML, one is DQL, one is DCL, and another is TCL. Gradually, we will see all these 5 categories one by one. But as a beginner, we will spend most of your time into these 3 categories, that is DDL, DML, and DQL, right? Because these 3 categories are used almost every day by SQL developers and analysts or any engineers, SQL engineers. Okay, so we need to learn these 3 categories most importantly. Now let's understand individually what they are. So first one is DDL. DDL means data definition language. DDL means data definition language. The DDL basically used to define or modify the structure of database object. Okay, to define or modify the structure of database objects. Okay, so what are the commands that belongs to this DDL that we need to learn? The first command is create. The first command is create. Create is basically used to create our tables, database, all these things. Okay, so in order to create tables and database, we have to use create command. Next, we have alter. Alter basically used to modify existing table. Okay, modify any kind of existing table, we need to use alter. Next, we have drop command. Drop command is basically permanently remove database. Whenever we need to remove our database permanently, then we have to use drop command. Next, we have rename. Rename is basically to rename any column in table or rename any table. That means using rename, we can change the name of the table as well as we can change the column name of the table. Okay, so to change any kind of name, we have to use rename command. And the last one is truncate. Truncate basically removes all rows from table without deleting the table. That means if we use truncate, then this truncate commands will remove all the rows. That means it will delete all the records from the table, but it will keep the table. It will not delete the table. It will keep the table. It will keep the table structure, but it will delete all the records from this table. So these are the DDL commands. Okay. Now move to DML. DML. DML means data manipulation. Data manipulation language. Okay, DML means data manipulation language. So data manipulation language is used to work with the data inside the table. So whenever we need to work with the data, whatever it is in our table, that time we need to use DML command. So what are the commands? That is, first one is insert. Insert. So basically insert command we use to add new records in table. Okay. So whenever we need to insert any data in our table, then we have to use insert command. Okay. Next is update. Update is basically used to modify existing records. So when after inserting the data in our records, whenever we need to modify the records, into that table, then we have to use update commands. And the last one is delete. Delete basically removes records. So whenever we need to delete any record from the table, then we have to use delete commands. Now you might be confused that what is the difference between truncate and delete, because both are used to delete our records, right? So just remember, in case of truncate, it will remove all the records. Whenever you pass truncate command, then it will remove all the records from the table. But in case of delete, it will remove selected rows or all rows. Okay. So suppose you want to delete some records from your table based on some requirements, then you have to use delete, because if you use truncate, then it will remove all the records. But based on the condition, you need to delete some records from your table, then you have to use delete. So whenever we need to delete all the records from our table, then we have to use truncate. And when we need to delete some few records from our table based on the condition, then we have to use delete. Right? Next we have DQL. DQL means data query language. DQL means data query language. DQL is used to retrieve data. From table. Okay. So the command is select. I have already shown you the select command, how select command we used in our SQL. So in order to get all the records or any records from our table, we have to use select. Using select, we can get records from our table. We can see how many records or what the records is there in our table. So for that, we have to use select command, right? So using select, we basically retrieve the data from our table. That is called DQL. Okay. And the command is select. Next one we have DCL. DCL means data control language. Okay, DCL means data control language. So what are the commands? That is, one is grant. Basically, it gives the permission. Okay. So always remember, DCL is important for database administrator. Okay, DCL basically used by the database administrator, but beginners don't need to master on DCL or TCL immediately. Okay, you just need to know what they are, but initially you don't need to master about DCL and TCL, because these are used by database administrator. Okay, and another is revoke. Revoke is basically to remove the permission. Okay. Grant is giving the permission, revoke is removing the permission. Okay. Next we have TCL, that is transaction control language. Okay. So basically TCL manages transaction. It basically allows changes to be confirmed. So for that we need to use the commands like commit. Commit basically use save changes permanent. So using commit, we save all the changes permanent. Another is rollback. So rollback is basically undo uncommitted changes. Whatever you have made any changes, if it is not committed, then you can undo that uncommitted changes using rollback command. Okay. And another is save point. Save point basically create a checkpoint. Inside a transaction. So in any transaction, whenever we need to create any kind of checkpoint, then we have to use save point. How they work, don't worry, I will show you everything in practical. Okay. Now let's move to the practical part and let's see all different type of SQL commands one by one and how they work. So I have opened my MySQL workbench. So this is completely fresh window. See here, there is no database yet. This is only system databases. Okay. Now let's see how DDL commands work. So first command we'll see, that is create. I've already shown you few commands like create, how to create database, how to create tables, right? Everything I have already shown you, but still I am starting from scratch. Okay. Now first is DTL commands, and in DTL command we'll use first create command. Create. Using this create command, we can create databases and tables. Now, first of all, we have to create our database. So let's create our databases. So for that, I have to write create database, and then I have to provide my database name. Suppose ecom db, e-commerce db, and finally I have to end with a semicolon. Now if I execute, now see create databases. Now if I refresh, now see ecom database has been created. Okay, so my database is ready. This is the create command. Using in the same way, using create command, we can create our table as well within this database. But before using this database, we have to activate this database, right? So for that, what we have to do, we have to write use, and we have to pass our database name. Ecom database db, and let me execute this one. Now see ecom database, this ecom db gets bolded. That means this database has been selected. Now whatever SQL command I will write, that will affect on this database only. Okay, so my database is ready, and also my database is also get activated. Now I have to create a table within this database. Now for creating our table, we have to write create table, and here I have to pass my table name. I want to create one customers table. Okay, customers table. Now within this parenthesis, I have to pass all my column names. So first one is my customer ID. Customer ID. The data type would be integer, and I want to keep auto increment. Auto increment. Okay. And I want to make this customer ID as a primary key. Fine. Now second column I want to keep, that is customer name. Customer name. This should be varchar. Length is 100. And I just mentioned not null. That means this customer name cannot be null. Okay, cannot be null. Next, I want to keep email. Email. Varchar 100. And I want to make it unique. Because email should be unique for every customer. So I just pass this unique constant. Okay, unique. And also pass not null. Next one is fold. Varchar length 15. Next, we can keep city. Varchar length is 50. Next, we want to keep date of birth. Date of birth, DOB. And this has to, the data type has to be date type. Date. And finally, we can write created at date time. So basically mentioning this, what happened? Mentioning this, whenever you insert any record, then it will capture the date time. It basically stores both the date and time when a record gets created. Okay. So it is completely optional. If you want to keep it, or you can remove it. Okay. I just mentioned it for your knowledge. Now my table cation structure is ready. Okay. My table cation structure is ready. Now if I execute this one, now see, get table. Now if I refresh, now see, my customer table is created. Okay. And I have this column, customer ID, customer name, email, phone, city, DOB created it. Okay. Now in the same way, let me create another table. Suppose I am to create table categories. Okay. Create table categories. Now here I have to pass all my columns. First one is category ID. Category ID. And it has to be int. And I want to keep it as auto increment. And I want to make it primary key. Now next column I want to keep, that is category name. It has to be varchar and length is 100. And I just use unique constant because two categories cannot have the same name, right? So that is why I just used unique constant and not null. That means it should not be null. And another is description. And the data type should be text. So this is my category table. This is my category ID, that is primary key, category name, and description. So now my category table structure is ready. Now if I execute, now see, create table category. Now if I refresh, now see, category tables also gets created, and all the columns, category ID, category name, and description, right? Now in the same way, let me create another table. Suppose product table. So create table products. Now I am missing all my columns. First one is product ID, integer, again auto increment, and I want to make this as primary key. Next column is category ID. Category ID. It is integer. Next we have product name. Product name. Varchar. Length is 200. And I just want to mention not null. Next is price. Price has to be decimal. Length is 10 and 2 decimal places. Next, stock quantity. We can write stock quantity. Which has to be integer. And I can mention the created at, okay? Created at and date time. So my product table structure is ready. Now if I execute this one, now see, create table product. Now if I refresh, now see, product tables also gets created. And all the columns, product ID, category ID, product name, price, stock quantity, and created at. Right? So this is how, using the create DDL command, we can create our databases. Then within these databases, we can create our multiple tables one by one. Right? So this is basically create DDL commands. Okay. Next DDL command that we will discuss, that is alter. Alter basically alter is used to modify the structure of existing table. Okay, so to modify any kind of structure of the existing table, we need to use alter command. So for example, if you want to add new columns, you want to remove columns, you want to modify the data types of the columns, if you want to rename the columns, if you want to add new constant or want to remove any constant, then you have to use this alter commands, right? Now let's see. Let me remove this command. Okay. First, we'll see adding new column. So for adding new column, what we have to do, we have to write a SQL command that is using alter. So our SQL command would be alter. Now after alter, we have to provide table, because we want to alter table, right? We want to alter table, so that is why we need to write alter table. Then you have to provide the table name. Suppose I want to alter my customers table. Okay, customers tables. Now suppose my target is I need to I want to add a new column, that is gender column. I want to add a gender column. See, this is my customer table. Now in this table, these are my columns that is already present. Now in this table, I want to add a new column, that is gender column. Okay, this is my target. So for that, I have to write alter table name. Then I have to write ADD, add. What I want to add, that is gender. That means column name. Okay, and I have to provide my data type, that is varchar. Okay, I provide the length 10. That means alter table. That means I want to modify my table. Which table? That is customer tables. This customer tables. I want to modify my customer tables. That is why I have written alter table names. So I want to modify my customers table. What I want to modify? I want to add a new column, that is gender. I want to add a column, that is gender column, and this is the data type of my gender column. Okay. Now if I execute, now see, alter table, add gender varchar. Now if I refresh, no database selected. Okay. Now see, if you see, this database is not selected, because if it is got selected, then it will be bolded, right? But this is not yet selected. So before starting any kind of SQL command, always remember, before writing any kind of SQL command, first of all you have to activate your database on which you want to work with. Okay. So let me write use my database name, right? Now if I execute this one, even SQL error, just a minute. Now see, my this database has been selected. Okay. Now it is being activated. Now whatever SQL command I'll pass, that will affect on this database only. Okay. So my database is selected. Now if I execute this one, now see, 0 affected, alter table, customer add. Now if I refresh, now see, gender column gets added in my customer table, right? So this is how we can add any kind of column in my existing table. Okay. Now next we will see how to add multiple column together. Okay, multiple column together. The almost format is same. Just you have to write alter table name, add column name, and how many columns you want to add. Just you have to provide one by one all the column like this. You have to provide all these things, all the columns one by one like this. Okay. So for now I want to add, suppose place. Okay. And another I want to add, that is country. But remember, as this is my continue statement, so I cannot provide semicolon. I have to provide comma. Okay. Country varchar, and I just provide 50. Okay. Or place or city, I can write it as city. So the format is the same, right? How many columns you want to add? You have to just write the same line, add column name data types, add column name data types, like this. Just you have to provide all the columns name one by one. Okay. Now if I execute, now see, city and country will be added to my table. Now see. Okay, sorry. City column is already there. That is why this error is showing. Now see, duplicate column name city. Okay. So let me do one thing. Let me write place. Okay, place. Now if I execute, now see, 0 affected. Now if I refresh, now see, place and country both has been added. So this is how we can add our multiple columns together in our table. Okay. Next we will see modify a column. So basically modify a column means if we want to modify any column data types or length of this data type, of this column, then we can modify using this alter command. Okay. So suppose if you remember, when we created our customer table, then in customer name column we used varchar 100. That means 100 character. Now suppose I want to modify it to varchar 50. I want to keep this length as 50. Okay. So for that I have to write alter table. Then I have to pass my table name, that is customers. Now I have to write modify. As I want to modify my column, so I am to write modify. Then I have to provide my column name on which I want to modify. So I want to modify on customer name column. Then what is the data type? That is varchar. And initially it was 100. Now I want to keep it as 50. Right? Now if I execute, now see, alter table customer, modify customer name varchar 50. That means initially it was 100. Now it gets modified to varchar 50. So length become 50. Okay. This is how you can change your data types or length of any column in your table, existing table. Okay. Now next we will see rename a column. So I want to change my column name. Suppose here I have used phone. Now I want to change this column name as mobile number. Okay. Now for that I have to write alter table name, that is customers. Then I have to write rename as I want to rename my column. So I have to pass this rename. Okay. Rename column. I have to write rename column. And then I have to provide my column name, that is phone. To mobile number. Okay. So that means alter table customers. That means I am to alter my customers tables. What I am to alter? That is I am to rename column. I am to rename my column. Which column? That is phone column. To mobile number. That means I want to change my column name phone to mobile number. Right. Now if I execute, now see, alter table customer rename column. Now if I refresh, now see, mobile number name got changed. So it was initially phone, now it has been changed to mobile number. Right. So these are, we can change any column name using this alter DDL commands. Next we will see drop a column. Okay. Drop a column. That means I want to drop any column from my existing table. Suppose I want to drop my place column from this customer tables. For that I have to write alter table name, that is customers. Now I have to write drop. As I want to drop, so I have to write drop column. Then I have to pass my column name that I want to remove, that is place. That's it. That means I want to alter my customer tables and I want to drop my column. Which column? That is place column. Right. Now if I execute, see, alter table customer drop column place. Okay. That means the place column has been deleted. Now if I refresh, now see, place column gets deleted from my customer tables. Right. So these are, we can drop any column from our tables. So these are the different type of example of alter commands. Right. Now we will see about rename DDL command. Rename. Guys, don't be confused with rename DDL command and this rename, because this rename is basically used to rename our column name, and that has to be used along with alter DDL command. So this rename and rename DDL command is different. Rename DDL command is basically used to change the name of any table. So whenever we need to change the column name, then we have to use this rename along with alter DDL commands. But whenever we need to change the entire table name, then we have to use complete separate rename DDL commands. Right. Now let me show you. So basically we want to rename our table. Rename table. Just like alter, we have to start our command with rename. Then I have to write table. That means rename table. I am to renaming my table. Then I have to provide my table name, that is customers. Now here I have to change my new table name, that is suppose client. That means I want to rename my table customers to clients. Okay, I want to change my customer tables to clients. That means it will change my customers tables name to clients. Now if I execute, now see, rename table 0 affected. Now if I refresh, now it was customers. Now if I refresh, now see, it has become clients. Okay, it's become clients. So there is another approach. There is another approach of changing the table name, that is using alter as well. Okay, let me show you that as well. We have to write alter table. Then you have to pass your table name. So right now, what is the table name of in my database? That is clients. Now here I have to write rename. Just like how we change our column name, in the same way we have to write rename customers. That means I want to alter my table, clients table, and I want to rename this table to customers. If you remember, we in case of changing our column name, we had to write alter table name, rename. Then we have to pass my column. Then we have to provide our column name. But here we don't need to mention anything. Just write rename table name. That's it. Okay. Alter table clients, rename customers. That means I am to change my table name from clients to customers. Right. Now see, if I execute now see, alter table rename. Okay. Now if I execute, now see, it is client. Now if I execute, now see, it's become customers. Okay, it's become customers. So these both approach acceptable by MySQL. So you can approach any of the comments in order to change your data table name, right? Next we will see drop commands. Okay, drop DDL commands. So basically drop commands you use to drop any tables, right? So dropping table. So suppose we want to drop this category table. Suppose we don't, this category table is no longer needed in our database. So I am to drop this entire table. So once I drop this table, so automatically all the columns and all the data, just remember, whenever we drop any table, then all the columns and along with all the data that is present in that table, that all will be deleted. Okay, all will be deleted. So suppose I want to delete my categories tables. Now for that I have to write drop table and I have to pass my table name, that is categories. That's it. Now if I execute, unlinked categories. Okay. CATA. I mentioned CATA. Now if I execute, now see, table, drop table categories. Now if I, okay, it automatically gets, I don't need to refresh it. It automatically got deleted. Now see, there is no category tables anymore in my database, right? So category tables got deleted. And always remember, when I deleted my category tables, all the columns and all the data, everything got deleted. Okay. And the last DDL command, that is truncate. Okay, truncate basically used to delete all the data from the table, but it will keep the table structure. That means if you want to remove all the data from the table only, then you have to use truncate, but it will keep the table. It will not delete the table. Okay, so as in our table we do not have any kind of data, so let me do one thing. I'll show you in my next slide. I will show you DML comments, where I will show how to use insert comments. Then once you understand insert comment, then we'll insert some data in our table. Then I'll get back to this truncate comment. Okay, then I'll show how to use truncate. So now let's move to the DML command. So in DML, that is data manipulation language. In DML commands, let's first start with insert into commands. Okay, insert into. See, this is my e-commerce database. Under this database, we have tables, that is customer tables, product tables, everything. But this table, does this tables have any kind of record? No. So in order to insert any record into these tables, we have to use insert into commands. Okay, insert into commands, that is DML commands. So how we can use these commands? So in order to insert any data into our table, you have to write SQL command, that is insert into. Then you have to provide your table name, that is customers table. I want to insert data into this customer table. So I have mentioned insert into customers. Now in this parenthesis, you have to provide all your column name. Col1, col2, column 3, like this. Then you have to write values. Values mean data. Whatever value, that whatever data I want to insert, that I have to provide now one by one. Now in this parenthesis, I have to provide the data. For column 1, suppose 1. For column 2, suppose 2. For column 3, 3. So like this, we have to enter all my data. Okay. So this is the structure of inserting our data. Now see, using this a single parenthesis, single line, we can insert a single data. Okay. Now if you want to add multiple data together, then what you have to do? We have to put a comma. Then again I have to provide a parenthesis. Then again I have to write all the data one by one. 4, 5, 6. Suppose I am to add another data. Then I have to write something like this. 7, 8, 9. And finally I have to end it with a semicolon. That means I want to insert into my customer tables, and my column are column 1, column 2, column 3, and the data are 1 for first record. It is my column 1 is 1, my column 2 data is 2, column 3 data is 3. For second record, my column 1 data is 4, column 2 data is 5, column 3 data is 6, and so on. In the same way, you can insert any number of records in your tables, right? So let me write all my column names. Now see, what are the columns that is present in my customer table? That is customer ID, customer name, email ID, mobile number, and all these things. Now, if you remember, when we created our customer tables, then we put auto increment in this customer ID. That means auto increment means it will automatically generated. Once any data will insert into my table, then automatically one unique data will be generated against this customer ID. So I don't need to manually insert. I don't need to manually insert any kind of data for this customer ID. It will automatically get generated. Okay. So for that, I don't need to mention this column name. So I have to start with customer name. So first column is customer name. Customer name. Second one is email. Next is mobile number. Next we have city. Next we have DOB. Next we have created at. Next we have gender. Next we have country. Right? Now here I have to provide all my values one by one. Let me insert first one record. Okay. Let me insert first one record. Then I will insert multiple records. Now first customer name. Suppose Sam. Always remember, wherever we have used varchar, that has to be put in this inverted comma, and all the integer has to be normal. So customer name is Sam. Next we have email ID, that is Sam @gmail.com. Next we have mobile number. Mobile number is also varchar, so we have to provide this double inverted comma. Next we have city. Suppose New York. Next we have DOB. DOB is my date format, so I have to provide year, month, and date. So suppose 1990/06/05. Next we have created at. Created it basically format is date time. So just to capture the current timestamp, we have to write now. Now that's it. So whenever my data will get inserted, it will pick the date time from the system, and it will store that value in the table, right? So that is why I mentioned now. And gender, male, and next we have country. Suppose USA. So my data insertion format is ready. So let me explain you once again. For insertion any kind of record, we have to write insert into. This is the SQL command. Insert into, then we have to provide our table name. Then within a parenthesis, we have to provide all our column name one by one. If I have how many columns I need to provide my value, that many column I have to provide over here. As in this case, my customer ID is set as auto increment, so I don't need to provide any value on this column by manually. So I did not mention customer ID. If I need to provide it a manual customer ID, then we have to provide customer ID as well. Okay. Now we have to provide all the column name one by one. Then we have to write values. And then again within the parenthesis, I have to provide all the values against this each column. Right? And if I want to insert multiple records, then I have to write same line one by one. Okay, separated by comma. So my single data insertion format is ready. Now if I execute, now see one row affected. Insert into this one row affected. So in order to see all the data in my table, what we have to write? We have to write select star from table name, that is customers. Now if I execute this line, if I execute select statement, now see one row returned and it is showing customer ID 1. Now see customer ID got automatically generated. Okay, that is 1. Customer name Sam, email ID Sam, gmail.com, mobile number, city, DOB, created at. Now see, this is the current timestamp from my system. So it got captured and it is recorded in my customer table. Gender, male, country, USA, right? So this is how you can insert any number of records. Now this is my single record. Now suppose I want to insert multiple records together. Now let me copy the entire thing. Instead of colon, I have to write comma, then this one. Now finally I have to end it with semicolon. Now here I want to insert my 3 data together. Okay. Now suppose let me change all these things. Suppose John @gmail.com. Let me write any number. City name, suppose Chicago. 1992. This is now. Suppose this is also male. USA. Now here let me write Anna. gmail.com. This is a phone number. Suppose Los Angeles. Okay. 1995. created at now, gender female, country USA, and this one suppose Greek at gmail.com. So this is Sydney, 1995, created at now, gender male. This is Australia. Okay. So these three records, these are my three records that I want to insert in my customer table together. Okay. So these three records will inserted together in this customer table. Now if I execute this entire commands, now see three records affected. As this is my three records, three row I'm inserting, so three row affected. Records 3. Duplicate 0 because there is no duplicate value, so duplicate 0, 1 is 0. Now if I see my table, that is select star from customers. Now see, customer ID got generated automatically 2, 3, 4, right? Now customer name John, Anna, Rick, and then in the same way all the records got inserted in my customer table. Okay, so this is how you can insert any number of records in your existing table using insert into DML commands, right? So now as my table have some data, so let me go back to the last pending DDL commands, that is truncate. If you remember, truncate is still pending. So let's see how we can use truncate. So basically truncate is our DDL command. So truncate is basically used to delete all the data from our tables, but it will keep the table structure. Always remember, truncate keep the table structure. It will not delete the table. It will delete all the data from the table. Okay. So for that I have to write truncate table, truncate table, then you have to provide your table name, that is customers. So what will happen? Once I write truncate table customers, that means I want to delete all my data from these customer tables, but I want to keep my customer tables intact. I don't want to delete my customer tables. I want to keep my customer tables, but I want to delete all the data from my customer tables. That is why I have to write truncate table customers. Now if I execute this SQL command, now see 0 repeated truncate table customers. That means my all records gets deleted. Now if I want to see my data from these customer tables using this select star from customers, now if I execute, now see my entire table is blank, right? So I inserted my data. Now once I truncate my table, then automatically all the data got deleted from my customer tables. So this is my DDL command truncate. Okay. So I hope you understand how to insert data into a table and how to delete all the data from tables, right? In the same way, let me insert some data in my other tables as well. So I have a customers product, and let me create the category table as well, which I already had, but I dropped it in order to show the drop command. Okay. So let me create that table again. So create table my table name is categories. So my columns were category ID, the data type is integer, and I just made it auto increment. And I just make it primary key. Right? Now second column I have this category name. data should be varchar, and length, I'm keeping length as 100. And I just make it unique, so that this column will take only unique values. And also make it not null, so that any null value should not be there. And another is description. Get a text, and that's it. So my category table is ready. Now if I execute it, get table categories. Now if I refresh, now see my category table also get created. Now let me insert some data in product table and category table as well, right? So let me first insert some data in my categories table. So the command is just like same, insert into, then I have to provide my table name, that is category. Now within first parenthesis, I have to pass my column names. So as I have already, see, I have category ID, category name, and description. Category ID is my set as auto increment, so I don't need to put any value on this column. It will auto generate, and it will store to my table automatically. So I don't need to provide my category ID. I have to provide only category name and description. So first column would be category name and description, right? Now I have to write values. Then again within a parenthesis, I have to provide all my data one by one. Suppose first one is electronics. This is my category name. And suppose text is this is electronics category. Okay. This is the first data, the first record. So in the same way, I have to insert multiple records. So I have to insert the new data in the same way. Now next one, suppose fashion. And description, let me copy this one. Fashion category. So next, let me insert another record, that is suppose books, and this is my description. Another record that I want to insert, suppose home appliance, and description, this is home appliance, this is books, and another record that I can insert, that is sports. This is sports category. And now I have to end with semicolon, right? So my data insertion in my category table is ready. Now if I execute, let me do one thing. First of all, let me check my table first. Okay. Select star from table name is categories. Now if I execute, now see, this is my categories table. There is no data yet. Okay. Now if I execute this one, insert into categories, 5 rows affected. Now if I refresh, and now if I try to see the data from this table, now see, this is my table, this 4 data has been inserted. And if you see, I did not mention any kind of category ID data, right? So as it is set as auto increment, so it will auto generate the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like this. Okay. And I just mentioned category name and description. That's it. So I have already insert my few data in categories table as well. Now in the same way, let me insert some data in the product table as well. So if I see select star from products.
Yeah.
Now see, this is my product table. So there is no data yet. So let me insert some data. So in my product table, what are the columns that I have? That is product ID, that is set as auto increment. So I don't need to mention this one. Category ID, product name, price, stock quantity, and credit rate, right? So for insertion some data in my product table, I have to write insert into, then I have to pass my table name, that is products. Now I have to provide first parenthesis. Here I have to provide all my column name for which I want to insert my data. So I don't need to insert data for product ID, right? Because it is set as auto increment. So I have to start from category ID. So first column is category ID. Next column I have, that is product name. Next column I have, that is price.
Yeah.
Next column, that is stock quantity. And the last one is credit rate. Next I have to write values. Then I have to provide all my records one by one. So first record that I am to insert, that is suppose product ID 101, product name laptop, price 65,000, stock 20, and created at now. Now means it will capture the current timestamp. Okay. So this is my first record. In the same way, I have to insert my multiple data. So suppose this is 50, suppose 12,000. This is mouse 1024. And this is my third record. Suppose this is book 103 599, stock 40. That is now. And here 104. Television 20,000, quantity 30. Okay, so I just insert these 4 records, right? So now if I execute this one, Now insert into 4 rows affected. Okay. Now if I see the product table, now see my product table is 4 records has been inserted. Product ID got auto generated and it got inserted as 1, 2, 3, 4, and my product ID, product name, price, stock quantity, and KDR. That means the current timestamp that has been registered. Okay. So this record got inserted into my product table, right? So this is how you can insert any number of records into your any tables. Okay. So I hope you understand how insert into comments work. So this is this is one of the DML command that is inside into. Now let's move to the next DML command. Next DML command that we have, that is update. So basically update is used to update any kind of data that is already present in our table. So basically already we have learned in insert into. So basically we have inserted some data in our customer table, product table, and categories table, right? But now imagine something very common. A customer changes their city. For example, any customer changes their city, or someone enters their email ID as wrong, or a product price gets increased, or a customer phone number needs to be changed. Then should we delete entire record and then we need to insert it again? No. The simple technique is we need to modify, we need to update our existing record, and that's exactly what update statement is designed for. The update statement basically changes existing data into the table. Whatever data we have, using update, we can change the data. We can basically modify our data and we can change our data into our table. Suppose this is our table. Here we need to change this price 599. Suppose we need to update it as 799. Then we have to use update data. Suppose this is my category of book. I have to change this book as books or something like this. Then we have to use our update command to update this name or existing data into our table, right? So let me close this one. So the basically syntax is update table name. Then you have to write. Let me write update. Then I have to pass my table name. Then I have to write set. Set means I want to set my or modify. So basically I have to write set column name. And then I have to provide my value. That means I want to set this value to this column name. Column. That means I want to set this value to this column along with condition. And for setting any condition, you have to mention where statement. Where condition. Okay. That means I want to update my table, and to update my table where I want to set this value. I want to set this value to this column. Where my condition satisfies. That means wherever my condition gets satisfied, in that position only I want to set this value to my table, this step, right? So always remember, whenever you use update statement, then always use where condition, because if you don't pass this where condition, then it will update all the data in entire your table. Okay, if you don't pass where condition, then it will update all this value to enter data in your table. But if you provide where condition, where clause, then it will only apply where this condition gets satisfied, right? So let me show you with the example. Let me first see my tables. Suppose select star from customers. Okay, I don't have the data in customers table. So let me do one thing. Let me run this statement. So insert data. Now if I try to see, okay, my data got inserted. Now suppose my requirement is I need to change this city name for this customer. That means suppose this is a city name is Chicago. Suppose I want to change it to New York. So I want to change this city name for this customer. Okay. So for that, I have to write update, then table name is customers. Now I have to write set, then I have to provide my column name. Which column I want to make the changes? On which column? That is city column. So I have to write city equal to in which data? The new data that the new data that I want to insert into this position, that I have to mention. Suppose New York, I want to mention as New York. I want to change this Chicago name to New York, right? So I have to write set city. That means I want to change this column, and the value would be New York. The value would be New York. Now I have to provide here my condition. That is where what condition? Where my customer ID is 1. Where my customer ID equal to 1. That means, now try to understand. Update my customer tables and set this New York value to this city column. Where my customer ID is 1. That means this one. Wherever my condition, this condition gets satisfied. That means where my customer ID is 1. My condition is customer ID is 1 equal to 1. That means this condition. So wherever my customer ID is 1, in that position, please set this value, that is New York value. Please set this value in which column? That is city column. Right? So if I execute this one, now it will try to find out first condition. Where is customer ID 1? So it will find, the executor will find this is the customer ID 1. So executor needs to update any value on this row only, on this record only. So my first condition gets satisfied. Now it will change, it will go to the column name, that is city. So it will go to this column, city, and it will set the name as New York. So it will find that in this position, in this record, in this first record, in this value, my data is Chicago. So it will replace this new value, that is New York. Okay. So basically it will update my this value with this new value, right? So now if I execute this one, now see, update table set. There's a error, let me check. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me put hash. Now if I execute, now see, one row affected. Now if I try to see my table, which table? That is customer. Now see, initially it was Chicago. Now it's get updated as New York, right? You understand? I just mentioned update customer. That means this table. Please update this table. Please set city name to New York. That means city my column. Please set my New York name in this city column. But where is the condition? The condition is wherever my customer ID is 1. That means this column. Here my customer ID is 1. That means this record. I want to update this record where my city name is, initially it was Chicago. Now it's got updated as New York because this is my new value, right? Here one very important thing that you need to remember. Suppose you don't, by mistake you did not mention this where condition. Now think what happened. That means I just mentioned update my customer table and set city column to New York. Set this new value to my city column. That means it will update my entire city. So it will update all the city name to New York. This Los Angeles also get replaced by New York. This Sydney also gets replaced by New York. Because here I did not mention any kind of condition. So executor will think I want to update my customer table and I want to set my city column with this new value. That means it will change all the name all the value of this city column, because I didn't mention any condition. So simply it will change this new value. It will put this new value to all the columns. All the records, all the rows, right? So to overcome this type of issue, we need to mention our condition that please change my city name where my condition gets satisfied, where my customer ID is 1. So it will change the city name to only this record only, right? So always remember, whenever you use your update commands, you need to use where condition, else it will update your entire data in your table. So this is the example of changing one column. Now let's see how to update multiple columns together. Okay. Now in the same way, update customers. Now suppose now I want to update my city name at the same time I want to change my mobile number as well, right? I want to update these two columns together, right? Then I have to write something like this. First I have to write set. Then I have to pass my first column, suppose city. I want to change my city. Again, suppose New York. And I want to change my phone number, that is mobile number. Mobile number. Now I want to make it as 999. And now I have to put my condition where customer ID equal to, suppose I want to make changes in this customer ID too. Okay, that means I mentioned please update my customer table where I want to change my city column as New York, and I want to change my mobile number as this one where my customer ID is 2. That means I just make changes in this record only. Okay. Now if I execute, now see update customer, one row affected. Now if I try to see the customer table, now see in my customer ID 2, my phone mobile number got changed as 9999 and city also gets changed to New York, right? So here's how we can change our multiple column together. Just remember, you need to mention all your column name one by one, separated by comma. Okay, separated by comma. Now let's see how to use this update command using arithmetic expressions. Arithmetic expression means plus, minus, multiplication, division, operator, all these things, right? So for that, let me first try to see all the data from product. Now see, this is my product table. Now suppose I want to change my price. I want to add 500. I want to increase my price by 500 in each record. Okay, in each record. So how to do that? For that, we have to write update table name, that is products. Now here I have to set. I want to set which column? That is price column. And I want to set which value? That is whatever value I have, that is price. On that I want to add 500 extra. That means I want to increase my price by 500. Now see, here I did not mention any condition, where condition. Why? Because I want to change all my records. I want to add 500 to each record. That is why I did not mention any kind of condition. If I want to, I need to change my price on this record only, then I had to mention my condition where my product ID is 2, like this. As I want to increase my price in each record, that is why I did not mention any kind of where condition, right? Now if I execute, now see, I'm getting one error. You are using you are using save update mode and you try to update a table. Now see, I have already told you, if I did not mention any kind of condition, then it will affect in my entire table, right? It will affect my entire table. So basically, by default in MySQL Workbench, safe mode is on. So basically, MySQL Workbench basically protecting me to update anything accidentally in my entire data. That is why my safe mode is always on. So as this updation is intentional, basically I want to update all my records at once. That is why I need to disable the safe mode first. Okay, because if I execute this one directly, I'll get the error. Now see, now if I execute my product table, now see, data is not getting changed, because without changing my safe mode I cannot execute this one, because by default my safe mode is on. Now in order to disable this mode, we have to write set SQL save updates equal to 0. Now if I execute this one first, now see, row affected. Now if I execute this one, now see, I'm not getting any kind of error. 4 row affected. Now if I want to see the table of product table, now see, all the data has been changed. Initially it was 65,000, it becomes 65,500. Initially it was 12,000, now it's become 12,500. So you understand? This is basically a protection. That is given by the MySQL Workbench. If we do not pass any kind of error in update comments, then basically it will update all the data in my table. If I don't pass any kind of condition, then it will affect entire data on my table. So basically, this might be a accidental case, right? That is why by default in MySQL our safe mode is on. So if we by mistake or accidentally if we do this type of mistake, then it will not get executed. That is why safe mode is on. But for your information, for your knowledge, I just give you this example. I am intentionally changing all the data. in my table. That is why first of all I have to disable my safe mode. Then I have to update this one. Right. Now again, if I want to enable this safe mode, then just I have to pass 1. And now if I execute, now say 0 affected. Now again I want to if I want to execute this code, now see, it will get error. Now see, this is getting error because my safe mode is on, right? So always remember, by default in MySQL Workbench our safe mode is on. So if you want to update your entire data at once, then first of all you have to disable your safe mode, then you have to execute your code, right? Now let's understand how to use how to update our record using multiple condition. As here this one, if you consider this one, now see, here I have mentioned one condition where customer ID is equal to 2, where customer ID is 1. That means I have mentioned only one condition. Now let's update any record using multiple condition. Okay, multiple condition. So first let me execute my table. Suppose customer table. So this is my customer table. Now suppose I want to change email ID of this customer. Okay, customer John. I want to change this email ID of customer John, where my city is also New York. Now see, here if I want to update this email, it is also possible that if I mention where customer name is John, that is also possible with single condition. As our data is very less, so with single condition it is possible. But if our data is huge, then sometimes you need to mention different multiple conditions. That is why I'm just showing. Okay. So for that you have to write update customers set what I want to change my email, right? So I want to set my email column and I have to provide here my new value. Suppose John @company.com. These are new email ID that I want to update against this customer John. Here, if I have to write where condition. Now, if I provide where customer ID is 1, with providing a single condition, customer ID is 1, that is also possible. If I mention customer name equal to John, that is also possible. Okay, because my data is very less. So, with a single condition, it is possible to update this email ID. But when our data is huge, then sometimes we need to use multiple condition. That is why I'm just showing how to use multiple condition. Okay. Suppose our data is huge. Now, for that, what we have to do? We have to mention multiple condition. Suppose my first condition is where city equal to New York, then we have to provide and then another column, that is customer name equal to John. That's all. So try to understand. I want to update my customer table and I want to set my email ID as this value, where this both condition has to be true, where my city is New York and my customer name is John. So if you try to find out this condition in our data, then where my city is New York, because city is New York here and city is New York here also, but my another condition is customer name is John. So customer name is John, because if I don't pass this, now see, if I don't pass this second condition, now what will happen? Update customer, set email as john@company.com, where city equal to New York. That means my city is, there is 2 New York. In city, I have 2 records where city is New York. Now, as per my condition, I want to update my city, where my city is New York. There I want to update my email ID. So automatically, these two record, this one and this one, both will be changed. Because my this single condition is getting satisfied. Where my city name is New York, there I want to change my email ID. So here also my city is New York, here also my city is New York. So automatically these both email ID will be changed. But I want to change only for this customer. That is why I need to mention my another condition using and customer name is John. So wherever my both condition is true, there this effect will be applicable. Okay. So wherever my city is New York, that means this one, and customer name is John, that means this one. Here in this record, this effect will be applicable. Right? This is the reason we need to mention multiple condition in our queries based on our requirement, right? So now if I execute, now see, I'm getting the same error. Why? Now you might be thinking, here I have used where, then why this error is coming? Now see, when I did not mention my where clause, in my update command, then automatically MySQL think that I'm accidentally try to update all my records, right? Accidentally. That is why it is restricting me. That is why set mode is on. But here I have mentioned where, but still it is restricting me to update. Why? Because now see, here in where condition I have used city and customer name. City is not a primary key, or customer name also is not a primary key, right? So whenever I am using this condition using any non-key column, then automatically it will think again that this query could still update many rows. MySQL can think that this query could still update many rows. That is why it is restricting me. If I pass where my customer ID this, something like this, if I used my primary key, in any of the condition, then it will get executed. But as both column is not my primary key, is not any key, any kind of key, that is why it is showing error. Right? Now, in the same way, if I need to execute this code, then again I have to disable my safe mode. So now if I execute this one, now see, it gets disable. Now if I execute this code, now see, one affected. Now it gets executed. Right? Now if I try to see my customer table, now see, my John email ID gets changed. It was initially john@gmail.com. Now it's become john@company.com. Right? So this is how we can change our record using multiple condition. Okay, using multiple condition. So I hope you understand how this update DML commands works in our database. And basically update command used to modify any kind of existing record in our table with single condition, with multiple condition, and even sometimes without condition as well. Right? Now let's understand our next DML command, that is delete command. Now imagine a situation. Suppose a customer closes their account, or a product has been discontinued, or a test record, any kind of test record got inserted, accidentally inserted in our record, or any kind of duplicate data we need to clean up. In all of this type of situation, we don't want to modify our record. Simply, we want to delete this record completely. And that's exactly what delete statement is used for, right? So basically, using delete command, we permanently remove one or more rows from a table. And always remember, these rows to remove are usually identified using a where clause. Here also, we need to mention our condition. Based on this condition, because in our table we have multiple records, so based on the condition, we need to delete our records from our table. That is why we need to mention where clause, right? So just like update, if you forget to mention your where clause, then the changes will affect on all data in your table. So in delete command, if you forget to mention where clause, then it will delete all your data. That is why you need to mention where clause. So once you mention your condition, then based on your condition, it will remove the data. It will remove the specific records from your table. So our syntax is delete table name, and you have to provide your condition. That's it. This is the format. Okay. So first of all, see. This is my customer table. Suppose I want to delete a single record. Okay. And to delete a single record. Suppose I want to delete this record, customer ID 3. Okay. I am to delete this single record. Then for that, what you have to do? I have to write delete table name. Table name is customers. Where then I have to provide my condition. Where customer ID equal to 3. Okay. Sorry, I have to mention delete from. The syntax is delete from table name. Then I have to provide my condition with along with where my customer ID is 3. Okay. Now if I execute this one row affected. Now if I try to see, now see, my customer ID 3 got removed. Okay. So this is my deletion command, where I am using a single condition and I am deleting a single record. Right. Now in the same way, we can remove our multiple record together. Now, for example, here I have city. This both record is having the city name New York. Right. Now, if we write this one, where city my city name is New York, then what will happen? It will remove my both records, because in both case my city name is New York. So if I execute this one, it will remove my both data. Now see, if I execute, now see, 2 records affected. Now if I see customers, now see, my table is blank. My table is blank, right? So this is how we can delete our multiple data together, where my condition is same for multiple rows, right? Now let me do one thing. Let me insert my data once. Oh. So I'm just inserting my data in customer table as well. Okay, I'm just inserting my data. Now see here, my customer ID is starting from 456, because as we delete all our record using delete command. So delete command basically will not reset our auto increment option. Okay, it will not reset our auto increment option. That is why it is starting from 456. But if we use truncate, to delete all our records from our table, then again once we insert our data into table, then it will again start from 1 to 3, because truncate basically resetting our auto increment option, but delete never resetting auto increment option. Okay, just remember. Now let's see another example that we want to delete our record using multiple condition. Okay, this single condition, this one is single condition, this one also is single condition. Now let's delete a record using multiple condition. Suppose here we have gender male, female, male. So we have 2 member who is male. Now I want to delete this customer, John customer. So if I mention delete from table where my gender is male, then it will remove my these two record. Okay, but I want to remove this John customer only. That is why I have to mention my multiple condition over here. Here I have to mention delete from table name, that is customers, right? Here I have to mention where my first condition is gender has to be male, and my customer name. Now if I keep it till here, then what will happen? Where my gender is male, it will delete my records from customer table. So here my gender is male, here my gender is male, so these both records will be deleted, right? But I want to delete only this record. So I have to mention my another condition where my gender is male and customer name equal to John. Understand? Where my gender is male and customer name is John. So customer name is John and gender is male, only this record satisfies this condition. That is why it will remove this record only. So now if I execute this one, now see, one record affected. Now let's see our table, this customer table. Now see, John has been removed. So John record has been removed. So this is how we can remove our data using multiple conditions. And the final one is, if you want to delete all the record. So if you want to delete all the records together, then just mention delete from customers. Okay. Now if I execute, now see, 2 records affected. That means it removes all the data. So we had only 2 data. So now if I execute, now see, my table is blank. So basically it removes all the data. But always remember, using this delete command, if we delete all the records, then auto increment is not get reset. If you use truncate to delete all your records, then auto increment gets refreshed. Now again, let me insert data to my customer table. Suppose let me write Los Angeles. Okay. Now if I execute, so my data got inserted. Okay, my data got inserted. Now let's see how to delete few rows with limit. Okay, limit is basically sometimes we don't want to delete every matching row. Whatever limits we will set, it will delete that much of matching rows only. If we set limit as 5, then it will delete only 5 matching rows like this. Okay, so let me show how we can execute this one. Suppose we have city Los Angeles and Los Angeles. Okay, now if we write delete from customers where city is Los Angeles and mention limit equal to 2. That means if I have many records where my city is Los Angeles, okay, suppose I have 100 of records that is city Los Angeles. I don't want to delete all the records where my city name is Los Angeles. I don't want to delete all the records where my city is Los Angeles. I want to delete only 2 matching rows. Only 2 matching rows. That means based on my condition, this condition, whatever records I have, that will delete only 2 records. Okay, only 2 records. Sorry, I don't need to mention equal to sign. The format is I want to delete from customers where my city name is Los Angeles. If I have 100 of records that is having city name Los Angeles, among them I want to delete only 2 records. That is why I just mentioned limit equal to 2. Okay. So now in my data set, I have only 2 records. So it will remove these 2 records. Now if I execute, now see 2 records affected. Now if I try to see my customer table, now see, I have only 1 record. The 2 records got removed where my city name was Los Angeles, right? So among all the records where my condition is getting matched, among them I want to delete the exact number of records what I need to I have mentioned over here. Basically, among all the records, how many records I need to delete? Just that number I need to mention over here with limit. If I am to remove 5 records, then I just mention 5. If I am to remove 10 records, then I just need to mention 10, and it will remove that many of records from the entire records where my condition is getting matched, right? And remember one thing, this feature is specific to MySQL only. Okay, this feature is basically specific to MySQL and can be useful for deleting data in small batches. Whenever we need to delete any data with small batches, then we can use this limit. But this feature is only specific to MySQL. So this is how our delete SQL command works on our database. With single condition, with multiple condition, and so on, right? Now let's understand about next command, that is DQL. DQL is data query language. So in DQL we have select command. So basically till now we have seen DDL where we have created our database and tables. Now, next we have learned about DML, where we inserted some data, updated delete our data, right? Now imagine you are a company manager. Okay. Now, if you don't want to create your own data, you don't want to update data, you don't want to read data, you just want to see the data, right? You want to just see the data. You want to know about how many customer you have, what is the what products do your employee are selling, how many orders have been placed, and all of these things. So basically, you have different type of queries in your mind, and you want to get all the answer from your data. So that is where you have to select. You have to use select statement. That is select command. Okay, that is DQL command. That is select. So basically, the select statement is used to retrieve data from one or more tables. Basically, you need to specify what you want to retrieve after select clause, and where to retrieve it from, that you need to mention after from clause. Okay. So basically, you need to use select and from. So as already I have already shown you how to see the data from our table. So that is DQL. Suppose we want to get the data from customer, we want to see the customer table, then we have to write select. Then what we want to see? We want to see all the data, that is star. Okay. As I told you, you need to specify what you want to retrieve. What you want to retrieve, that you need to mention after select clause. So I want to retrieve star, means all. I want to see all the data. That is why I mentioned it after select. And then I have to mention from. So from. So basically, where to retrieve it, that I need to mention after from. Where I want to retrieve this information, that I need to mention after from. Okay. So I want to retrieve it from my customer tables. So I just mention from customers. That's it. Now if I execute, now I'm getting my customer table, right? In the same way, if I want to see my data from category tables, then I have to mention categories. Now if I execute, now see, this is my category table. And if I want to get all the data from my product tables, then I just need to mention products. That's it. Now if I execute, now this is my product table. Till now you are understanding everything, because I have shown you this one so many times, right? So you understand this one. Now let me tell you how to retrieve some specific data, because star means all data. Star means all the column, all the data, right? But if I want to get any specific column, then how we can do that? For that, suppose we want to get our product name and price, these both column. We don't want to get all the data from my product table. I want to get only product name and price, these two column, right? For that, I have to write select. Then I have to mention my column name. First column, what I want to get, that is product name. Product name, comma, another column, that is price. These two column I want to get, right? So that is why I just mentioned instead of star, star means all. So I don't want to get all the data. I want to get only this column and this column. That is why I just mentioned select product name, comma, price, from where I want to get this data, from my product table. From my product table. So I just mentioned my table name, products. That's it. Now if I execute this one, now see, from my product table, I'm getting only my product name column and price column. Okay. In the same way, if this is my customer table, if I want to see my customer name and date of birth from this table, instead of everything, I just want to see my customer name and date of birth. Then I have to write select what I want to get, that is customer name, and what I want to get, that is date of birth, that is DOB, from From where I am to get this information, that is customer table. Customers. That's it. Now if I execute, sorry, I made some mistake. Customer name. Sorry, made the table name wrong. Customers. Now if I execute, now see, from my customer table, I'm just getting customer name and DOP. These two columns name, two columns information. In the same way, I can get a single column value as well. Now suppose I want to get stock quantity from product table. I want to get this single column only. Then I have to mention, select stock quantity. Stock quantity. Select stock quantity from products. That means I am to get this single column from my product table. Now if I execute, now see, I am getting only single column from my product table, right? So I can also retrieve my single column, multiple column, anything I want. So using star, I can get all the information from my table. And if I want to retrieve some specific column data, then I just need to specify my column name. That's it. I just need to specify my column name, and that will retrieve my data from that specific column only. So this is how using select command we can retrieve any data. We can retrieve our data from our existing table, whether it is all data, whether it is any specific column data, whatever it is. So guys, before moving ahead to our next topic, like filtering and later topics such as SQL function, we first need a proper database with enough data. As right now, our e-commerce database has only 3 tables with very few records. That is not enough to demonstrate different type of SQL commands using practical real-world examples, right? So what I'm going to do, I am going to create a complete project-based e-commerce database with multiple tables connected through primary keys and foreign keys. Okay, all the tables will be connected to each other using foreign keys and primary keys. After that, I will populate every tables with sufficient data. I will import sufficient data to each table. So once our database is ready, we will use it throughout the course to learn and practice every SQL concept with multiple real-world examples, right? So let's build our database first. So first of all, let me open a new tab. Okay. Now let me create one new database. Suppose create database. In order to create our database, our command is create database. Then we have to provide our database name. Ecom project. I just give you the name Ecom project. Right? Now if I execute, now create database. Now if I refresh, now see Ecom project has been created. Now first of all, I have to activate this project because now Ecom DB has been activated. So in order to work with this database, we have to activate this first. So in order to activate this one, we have to write use. Then I have to pass my database name, that is Ecom project. Now if I execute, now see, it gets bolded. That means this database has been activated. Now whatever SQL command I will write, that will affect on this database only, right? So let me create my first table. So I will start from parents table to child tables. Okay. So I'm getting a proper project structured database where I will create multiple tables like categories tables, supply tables, customer tables, payment tables, order tables, and so on. So let me create one by one. So first parent table that I'm going to create, that is categories. So in order to create our categories tables, we have to write this command, this SQL command. Now see, create table categories. This is my table name. Now this is my category ID, or it is integer, auto increment, and this is my primary key. Category name, varchar. It should not be null. That is why I mentioned not null and make it unique. Description, that is data type is text, is active. I just make it boolean. It is like yes or no. Is it active? This category is active or not. That is why I use this is active. That is boolean, yes or no. It should not be null, and default is true. If you don't pass any value, then it will by default it will be true. Else it will be false. Right? Created at, that means when this record is getting created, that time frame will be captured over here. And update at, date time not null, default current timestamp is the same, and on update current stamp. This is because whenever we update anything in this table, whenever we update anything on this table, that time again will be captured. So whenever we made any kind of updation in this table, that time frame will be updated over here. So that is why you need to mention this one on update current timestamp. That means whenever it gets updated, that current timestamp will be captured in this column, right? So this is my first table, that is category table. Now if I execute, now see, refresh, my category tables got created. Okay. Now let me create my next table. Now in order to create our next table, that is supplier table, we need to pass this command. Now see, create table supplier. Here I am using supplier ID as primary key to auto increment, supplier name, contact person, email ID, phone number, city, state, country, postal code, GST number, is active, that is true or false, created and updated. Same. Okay. So this is my another parent table, is supplier. Now if I execute, now see, my supplier table also gets created. Now next parent key that we are going to create, that is customer table. Okay, customer table. Now see, this is my customer table. This is my customer ID, this is primary key, customer name, email ID, mobile number, gender, date of birth, city, state, country, postal code, is active, created at and updated. Same, right? So this is my customer table. Now if I execute and refresh, now my customer table also gets created. Next table will be employee table. Employee table. Okay. So the structure is this. Now see, employee ID, this is my primary key, employee name, email, mobile number, gender, DOB, state, country, everything is same. Hired salary, hired date, manager ID, is active, created, updated. Now try to understand over here. I have written constant FK, that is foreign key employee manager. That means I am giving this name to my foreign key. Whatever foreign key I am getting, I am just giving this name, so that whenever we get any kind of error, then it will help us to find out the error, where is this error comes from. If it is related to this foreign key, then I will get this name. So it will help me to find out the error. That is why we can prefer to give any name to the foreign key. So for this foreign key, I am setting foreign key my manager ID. This manager ID, okay, this manager ID, I am creating this manager ID as foreign key, and I am giving this name to my foreign key. So using this constant, I have to mention my name, whatever I want to give to my foreign key. Now I'm making this manager ID as foreign key. Now I'm taking reference. Whenever we need to create foreign key, then we have to take reference. Right? We need to take reference. Now see, here I'm taking reference from this same table, that is employee. I'm creating employee table. So I'm taking reference from employee table, and which column, that is employee ID, because the employee ID is my primary. But if you remember, when I show you how to create foreign key, then I showed you, we normally take, whenever we create foreign key, we normally take the reference from another table, right? We take reference from another table and primary column. But here we are taking reference from the same table and the primary key of the same table. This is called self-referencing foreign key. Always remember, this is called self-referencing foreign key, because we are taking reference from the same table. We are not taking reference from another table. We are taking reference from the same table, and then we take the reference from the primary ID. That is why this is called self-referencing foreign key. Why do we need to create this type of self-referencing foreign key? Because see, we are creating manager ID, our foreign key. Now see, this is my manager ID. Manager ID. Now see, manager ID is also employee. That means this manager ID is also present in my employee ID. Right? Manager is also employee. So this manager ID is also present in employee ID. That is why we take self-referencing foreign key. Whenever this type of scenario comes into the picture, then we have to take this self-referencing foreign key, because our primary key and foreign key belongs to the same table. That is why we need to create. So basically, it will create one type of hierarchy. So in this type of scenario, we can take self-referencing foreign key. So now if I execute this table, now see, my employee table is got created, right? Fine. And one more thing, that is this update cascade, on update cascade. That means, suppose this is my manager ID. So each employee is reporting to some manager, right? So suppose in our table any manager leaves the company, then what will happen? In place of this manager, whoever leave that company, in that place some another manager will comes. So whenever the new manager comes, automatic new manager ID will be created. So automatic in that place, wherever my previous manager ID was recorded, in that place my new manager ID will be updated. That is why we need to mention this on update cascade. So whenever new manager ID will come, then automatically our old manager ID will be updated with new manager ID. Okay. And on delete set null means, suppose this manager ID got deleted. So whenever this manager ID got deleted, the record will be deleted and the field will be set as null. That means wherever this manager ID was recorded, this manager ID got deleted. So in that place, my null value will be stored. That is why it is showing on delete. Whenever it got deleted, set null. That means set this null value. In this type of case, we need to use on update cascade in order to update with new value, and on delete set null. In order to, after deletion, we need to set the value as null. So we need to mention these two, right? Next table that we have, that is product table. Product table. Now see, product table auto increment this is my primary ID. Product ID is my primary key. Category ID, supplier, product name, everything as it is. Now here I just make my foreign key customer ID. Okay, I just make customer ID as my foreign key, and I'm taking reference from categories table. Now here, this is not self-referencing foreign key, because category table is different. This is my product table. This is my product table. So here I just making my category ID as foreign key. This is my primary key, product ID, and I'm making category ID as foreign key. But this category ID I'm taking reference from other table, that is categories tables. And in categories tables, my category ID is primary key. So it's become my foreign key. In this table, my category ID becomes foreign key, right? So this is my foreign key. On update cascade as it is. Now on delete restrict. On delete restrict means, suppose you have a category, that already sold 1,000 times. This category has been sold. Now you want to remove this category. ID. So that time it will restrict you to delete, because this category is also recorded in multiple other tables as well. Because suppose there is another tables, customer order tables, that over there this category ID also gets recorded, right? So if you delete from this table, then that will show some error, because it is taking reference from multiple tables. That is why you must first remove every reference from each table, then only you can remove this category ID. That is why whenever we need to mention this delete restrict, because as this type of foreign key, this type of category ID is referencing to multiple tables, so we should not delete. We cannot delete this one. So in order to restrict this type of accidentally deletion, we have to mention this on delete restrict. So basically, it is restricting me to delete this foreign key. Okay. In the same way, we are creating this supplier ID, our foreign key as well. Okay. This is my supplier ID. Here's supplier ID. Okay. So we are making supply ID our another foreign key, and we are giving this name. We are giving this name to this foreign key. Okay, supply ID. And this supply ID we are taking reference from supply tables. And over here supply ID is my primary, right? And the same thing on update cascade and on delete restriction. Okay. Next table that we have, that is order table. Order table. Now see, order ID, this is my primary key, customer ID, order date, and order status enum. Now see, enum is a data type. Okay, just like varchar integer, enum also a data type, and this enum is only applicable, only useful in MySQL. Okay, in MySQL you can use this enum. So when we can use this enum, whenever we are allowing user to enter with only predefined values, then we have to use enum. Now see, whenever you use enum, then within a parenthesis we have to use some predefined data that user needs to enter. Suppose you use varchar. Varchar means you can use any kind of text. So user can insert any text in this field. But if we want that some user has to enter among these words, he has to enter data among these values, either pending, processing, shipped, out of delivery, delivered, cancelled, returned, and refunded. Among these, customer has to enter any value. That time we need to use enum. So this is the difference between varchar and enum. In varchar we can enter any kind of text, but in case of enum we need to enter the predefined value. Whatever the value is predefined, among them we need to insert any value. So basically it is like a drop down. If you know drop down, in drop down we can choose the value from the drop down only. In the same way it works. Whenever you insert value in this column order status, you have to enter among any value among these predefined. Okay, these are the predefined. So this is my enum, not null, default. Now see, default is pending. I mentioned default as pending. Pending is also listed, right? So default is pending. If in anything you don't mention, then pending will be entered. Else you have to enter any of the predefined values. Okay. So in the same way, this payment status as well. Payment data status we have used enum, so that you need to enter among of them: pending, paid, failed, refunded. If we try to insert any other value, then it will show error. So you have to enter between these four values, right? So enum, noted text created at updated, and here I am taking if foreign key as customer ID. Okay, this is my customer ID as a foreign key, and I am giving the name to my foreign key, that is FK order customer, and we are taking reference from my customer tables, and the customer ID is my primary key in customer tables, so we are taking reference from customer tables, and this is my customer ID foreign key in my this table. And on update cascade, as it is, in case of updation, we automatically it gets updated, and on date restrict. Okay. Now let me execute. Okay, let me execute my product table first. I forget to execute this product. So my product table was created. Now if I refresh, yes, my product table is got created. Now let me execute my order table. Okay, my order table also gets created. Next table that we have, that is order item. Order items. Okay, order items ID is my primary key. Order ID, product ID, quantity, unit, as it is. Now see, here you need to understand this one. I am giving constant this name. I am just giving this name to this condition. That means check quantity greater than 0. That means this quantity is my column. So I just mentioning that you need to check quantity. This quantity has to be greater than 0. So this quantity cannot be 0 or less than 0, negative. Okay, it has to be always greater than 0. So that we need to check. Whenever we need to insert this value to this column, we have to check this one. So this is a validation, and we need to give a constant name to this validation, that is check order item quantity, right? In the same way, we have to check our unit price as well. Whenever we need to insert our value in unit price, it cannot be negative, so it has to be equal to or greater than 0. In the same way, discount also that has to be greater than equal to 0, and tax also greater than has to be 0, greater than equal to 0. Okay, so these are we can use validation to our columns. And here again we are creating foreign key, our customer ID, and we are giving this name to our customer ID using constant. We are taking reference from order column and update cascade, delete cascade, and we are taking the second foreign key, that is the product ID. We are making product ID as a second foreign key, and we are taking reference from product table, and this is the name that I am giving to this current, right? So now let me execute. Now see, my order items created. Okay. Next table that we have, that is payment. This is my payment table. Payment ID is my primary. Payment method, that has to be among this value. Okay, so I have used enum. Payment status also among this value, and here also I need to check whether my amount is greater than equal to 0 or not. So always amount has to be greater than equal to 0. Okay, and I'm giving this name, constant name, to this checker, right? And this is my foreign key order ID, and I'm giving this name, and I'm taking reference from my order table. So I'm executing this. So now if I refresh, now see my payment table has been created. Okay, and the next and final table that we have, that is review. Okay, review table. So here customer can give any kind of review that will be stored. So review ID is my primary ID, and everything is same as it is. Here also my dating has to be between 1 to 5. This is my checker. My rating column has to be between 1 to 5, and this is the name. And here I'm creating my port ID foreign key and taking the reference from product table, and this is my another foreign key, that is customer ID, that is taking from reference from customer table, and here another foreign key I'm using, that is order ID, that is taking reference from order table. So now if I execute and refresh, now see review table has been created. So I am creating 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I have already created 9 tables, and all the tables are connected to each other with primary key and foreign key. Okay, so these were proper structured table that has been created under this ecom project. Now I will insert some values, enough data to each tables. I have CSV files. I have already created CSV files against each tables. So over there I have created so many records, and I will import one by one CSV file to each table, right? So once our data importing will be completed, then we'll have complete proper structured table with enough data. Then we can start our complete SQL commands, so that you can get complete picture how different type of SQL commands works with multiple examples, right? So first let me write my table function, that is select statement. Select star from my first table is categories. In the same way, I have to retrieve data from each table. First one categories, next one is customers. Then we have employees. Then we have order items. Then we have orders. Then payments, reviews, and suppliers. Okay, so these are my tables. So now see, all our tables my empty. All tables are my empty. Okay. Now let's import data to each table. Now in order to import our data to any table using CSV file, what you have to do? You have to right click on this table name. You have to right click on this table name. Then you have to go to this table data import wizard. Okay, table data import wizard. Now here we have to browse our location. See, this is my location where my all CSV file is present. Here I have to use my categories CSV file. Then make it open and then press next. Then it is showing using existing table. I have already this database ecom project. Under this I have already this categories table. So I want to use this as it is, right? So I have to select this one. Now you have to press next. Now see, these are my column name that is coming from my table, and these drop down are coming from my CSV file. So you have to make sure this name, this column name, and this column name has to be same. So category ID, category name, description, all are same, right? So once it is checked, now you have to press next. Then again next. So it is importing. So prepare import data file. So both are ticked. So it has been imported successfully. Now press next and click finish. Now if I execute this select star from categories, now see all the data has been imported to my category tables. In the same way, again I have to import my data to customer table. So I have to right click on my customer table, then table data import wizard. Then we have to select my location. This is my customer table, so I have to select customer, then open, then next. Just check it once and press next. Next. It is importing my data, and then next. Now finish. So now if I check my customer table, now see my customer table is also getting all the records. Okay, so if all the data has been imported to my customer tables as well. So in the same way, let me insert data to others table as well. Now I have successfully uploaded all the datasets into my MySQL database. From these points onwards, most of our course will be completely practical, right? The SQL commands you will learn are the ones you will use regularly in real world projects and professional environments. So we will use these complete project based datasets throughout this course, and for every topic, we'll work through multiple practical examples to build a strong understanding of each SQL commands, right? And at the end of every topic, I will give you a few assignment questions. Try to solve them on your own and post your answer in the comment box. I have also provided the downloadable link for all the datasets in the description box, so you can download and you can practice everything along with me. So if you want to see the datasets, now see, these are my tables. So first, let's see customer table category tables. I select start from categories. Now if I execute, now see, these are my datasets. Like this, I have customer tables. These are my customer tables. These are my employees tables. I have order tables. These order items. Now these orders. I have payment tables, product tables, review, and suppliers. Right? Now, if you want to see how many records we have in each tables, then we have to use one command, that is count command. Okay. Select count star. Star means all. So we want to count all our records. That is why I mentioned count star. Right? So select count star from categories. Now if I execute, now see, in my category tables, we have 30 rows. That means 30 records. The same way, if I want to see my customer tables, then see, in customer tables, I have 500 records. In employee table, I have 100 records. In order items tables, I have 5,000 records. In the same way, In orders tables, I have 3000 records. In payment tables, I have 3000 records. In product tables, I have 1000 records. In review, we have 2000, and in supplier, 50 records. Okay. So my entire dataset is ready. Now let's start our topic. Our next topic is filtering. Basically, what is filtering? Now see, we have already learned how to fetch our records using select command, right? Using select, if you write star from customer, then it will fetch all the records from customer tables. If you want to take only few column names, then you have to write select column names from products, right? So in this way, we can fetch our data from our table, whether it is from all columns or selected columns, anything, but it will fetch all the records, right? Now imagine we have 500 records in our customer tables. We have 500 records in our customer tables. Now if we write select star from customer, then it will fetch all the 500 records. Even if we write select few column names from customer, suppose select customer name, customer city from customers, then also it will show the 500 records from these two columns only, from customer name and customer city. It will fetch these two columns, but it will fetch entire 500 rows, right? But now imagine if I tell you just show me only customers from New York, any particular city, because in your customer tables you have multiple customer who belongs to different type of city. Now if I ask you to show me the customers only from New York, then do you really need all these 500 records? Of course not. This is where the where clause becomes useful. The where clause tells, basically the where clause tells SQL, I don't want every records. I only want the records that satisfy a particular condition that I have provided you. Okay. So just show me that only matching records. Think of like searching a contact from your phone. Your phone stores thousand of contacts, right? When you type a name in the search box, it filters the list. It doesn't delete the remaining contacts. It simply display only the matching ones. Right? So the SQL where clause works exactly the same way. Basically it filters rows, it never deletes them. It only controls what is returned in the result. This is one of the most frequently used SQL commands. Just remember, whether you are becoming a data analyst, BI developer, SQL developer, data engineer, or backend developer, you will use this where clause almost every day. So now let's see how we can write this select command using condition, using where clause. So the structure is, you have to write select star or column name, okay, or column name that you want from table name. Till now everything is same. Either select star from table name or select any particular column name or multiple column names from table. Till now you have already learned. Till now everything is same. Now here you have to pass your condition using where. Now you have to pass your condition. Right? This is my structure. This is my structure. Select star or any column names from table. Till here it will retrieve all my records. It will retrieve all my records. But if we want any particular records based on our requirement, based on our condition, then we have to provide our condition using this where clause, right? So now if I write, let me check my table first. Select star from customers. Now if I execute, now see these are my tables. Now suppose I want you to show the customers that belongs to New York City. Now see here we have multiple city: New York, Los Angeles, Toronto, everything, London, every city we have. Now if I want only those customer who belongs to New York City only, right? So for that we have to write select and we want not not every column. We want only customer name and city name. That's it, or country name. City name, we want customer name and country name. Those belongs to only New York City. Okay. So for that we have to write select. We want customer name column, so we have to write customer name, comma. We want another column, that is country. Country. Then we have to write from which table, that is customer table. Customer tables. Now if I execute till here, then what will happen? It will retrieve these two column. But it will retrieve all the records. It will not filter only customers that belongs to New York, right? So for that, in order to filter, we have to pass our condition, and we have to pass our condition using where clause. Now we have to write where our city equal to New York. That's it. Now see, try to understand. Select customer name and country. That means I want to retrieve these two columns from my customer tables. And which column I am to, which records I am to retrieve? Where my city names is New York. So I am instructing my SQL that please retrieve all the data from these two columns and from these customer tables where my this condition satisfies, where my city is New York only. Rest I don't want. Rest record I don't want to see. I want to see only those record that matches my this condition. Right? So now if I execute, now see. All these records are belongs to New York City only. Now if I have confusion, now let me write my city name as well. Now see. Now if I execute, now see. Customer name, country and city. Now see, all the customer that belongs to New York City only, that is getting retrieved. Okay, that is in retrieved. This record is not getting show to me because I just filtered my record based on my condition. This is how filtering works. Okay, this is how filtering works. Now let me run another comments. Suppose I want to see all the customer that belongs to UK country. Okay, I want customer name and country name. Those belongs to only UK, right? So in the same way, I have to write select customer name and country where my country is UK. That means I want to filter all my record that satisfies my this condition. That is, those customer belongs to only UK country. That records I want to show. Right? So now if I execute, now see, all the customers name and country is coming. Those belongs to only UK country. Right? Now let's see another example. Suppose we want customer name and gender. Okay, customer name and gender is male. Gender is male. So in the same way, I have to write customer name and gender. I want to get customer name and gender, these two column from customer table where my gender is male. Now if I execute, now see, customer name and gender. All the records is getting retrieved where my customer gender is male. Right? Now let me write another example. Suppose let me take another table. Select star from let me take product tables. Okay. Products table. Let me execute this one. So this is my product table. Now I want to get, for example, I want to get product name and price, where my price is greater than 1000 rupees. Okay. Here we have multiple prices. So I want to get only those records where my price is greater than 1000. So in that case, in the same way, we would write select which column we want. We want product name, and which from another column that we want, that is price. From which table, that is plus product table. Products. And what is my condition? Which records I want to retrieve? Where my price greater than 1000 rupees. So I have to write where my price greater than 1000. Okay. Now if I execute, now see, this is my product name and price. Now see, if you see, all price is greater than 1000. All the price is greater than 1000. So all the records getting retrieved where my price is greater than 1000. Right? Now let me write another example. Suppose I want to get product name, this product name and stock quantity. Suppose I want to see all the records where my stock quantity less than 20. If you have, there are different type of stock in my table. So I want to see all the product names where my stock is less than 20. So I have to write product name and stock quantity. From product table where my stock quantity less than 20. So I want to get all the records. Instead of showing all the records, I want to get only those records where my stock is less than 20. Now if I execute, now see, these are the product name that is having stock quantity less than 20. Understand? And let me show you another example, last example from another table. Let me take order tables. Select star from orders table. Now let me check my table first. So this is my order table. Now we have order date, shipping, total amount. Okay, let me show you. Suppose I want to get this order ID and this total amount. I want this order ID and total amount, these two columns, and I want to get all the records where my total amount is greater than suppose 5000. So I want to get all the records where my total price is greater than 5000, and I want to get only these two columns, order ID and total amount. Right? Now for that I have to write select which column I want, order ID, comma, another is total amount. From which table? That is orders table. And what is my condition? My condition is my total amount has to be greater than 5000. Total amount has to be 5000. So those records satisfy my this condition. My total amount is greater than 5000. That records I want. So now if I execute, now see, these are the order ID where my total amount is greater than 5000. Okay. So basically I am filtering all my records based on my condition. And let me show my final final comments. Suppose I want to get all my order ID where my payment status is pending. Okay, this order ID gets paid. This order ID also gets paid. Now I want to see those order not yet paid. So I want to see all this record. That is basically my payment status has to be pending. So for that, I have to write select order ID and my payment status. Payment status. Okay, I want to see my order ID and payment status. Where my payment status is pending. Okay, so I want to get my order ID and payment status from my order table where my payment status is pending. So here we have paid, pending, everything. So I want to get all the records that is pending. Order status is pending. Now if I execute, now see, these are the order ID where my pending payment status is pending. So this order still pending. So these are we can filter our records based on our condition. Whether we have thousands of records, million of records in our dataset, it doesn't matter. Whatever records I want based on my condition, to retrieve that records only, we have to use our filter condition using where clause. So whenever we need to retrieve few records based on our condition, that time we have to use our condition using where clause. Okay. Now I give you the assignment. Just try to solve them and give me the answer in comment box. And if you have any questions, then just ask me in the comment box. Next we have that is comparison operator. Composite operator is basically, see, we have already learned how where clause fetches our record, right? But one important question still remains. How does SQL decide whether a row should be included or excluded? And the answer is comparison operator. Whenever you write a condition inside the where clause, SQL compares one value with another. For example, if you see here, I have written my condition is price greater than 1000. That means when I pass this condition, then SQL compare one record with another and it checks all the records. Wherever my records gets satisfied this condition, that will be retrieved. If it is not get satisfied, then it will skip. When I write this condition, stock less than 20. So SQL basically check all the records. It compares all the records with another records. And so those records, it will check each record, each row one by one. So wherever those rows are satisfying my this condition, only those rows getting retrieved. Else that gets skipped. So comparison operator are one of the most frequently used features in SQL. So if as a SQL developer, if you write any kind of SQL command, then most of the time it contains at least one comparison operator. So what are the comparison operator that we have? That is, see, this greater than, less than, equal to, greater than, equal to, less than, equal to, not equal to, all these things. So these are the operator, comparison operator we have. Now let me show how we can use this type of operator one by one. Now see, I have already shown how to use equal to, greater than, less than. So I'm not showing these operator examples again unnecessarily. Rather, I'm just showing the examples of rest of the operators, right? So apart from these three, equal to, greater than, and less than, we have another operator that is greater than equal to. Okay, greater than equal to. Now, for example, now see, if you see this example, select order ID total amount from order where total amount is greater than 5,000. That means I instruct SQL to retrieve all the rows, all the records where my total amount is greater than 5,000. So if I execute, now see, if you see the total, all the amount that is greater than 5,000, that is greater than 5000, not equal to 5000. Now if you want to see all the records that is also equal to 5000, then what we have to do? We have to write equal, greater than, equal to. The difference is here in this example, all the value has to be greater than 5000. But in this example, my records has to be greater than or equal to 5000. That means all the records in this example, all the records is coming greater than 5000. But if I execute this example, then it will include 5000 amount as well. That means all the record that is greater than and equal to. So those record is equal to 5000, that will also include over here. So now if I execute, now see, here all the records that is included 5000, that is coming over here. If any amount is equal to 5000, then that will come over here. So I think there is no 5000 value, so it is not getting showing, but I hope you understand the concept. If I mention only greater than, that means I want to get all the records that is greater than 5000 only, not equal to. But if I put equal to sign, that means I want to get all the records that is equal to 5000 and greater than 5000. Okay, both condition is true. If it is 5000, that also should come, and if it is greater than 5000, that also should come. Okay, so this is how we can mention greater than equal to. Greater than equal to. Now in the same way we have less than equal to. Now if I execute the same code, now here I just mention less than equal to. That means if I pass only less than, that means all the records that is only less than 5000, not equal to 5000, less than 5000. But if I write less than equal to, that means the record that is also 5000, that should be also included. So all the records that is 5000 and less than 5000, that should come over here. Now if I execute, now see, all the value is less than 5000 or equal to 5000. Right? Now if I show you another example, suppose this is my payment. Let me show my payment table. Select star from payments. Now this is my payment table. Now suppose I want to get the records. I want to see the payment ID and amounts. Payment ID and amounts where my amounts is less than equal to 1000. Less than equal to 1000. Then what you have to do? You have to write select what I want, that is payment ID. Payment ID and amount from my payment tables, where my condition is my amount has to be less than equal to 1000. That means I, using this condition, using this comment, I just mention I want to get all the records where my amount is less than 1000 and equal to 1000. That means those records is less than 1000 and equal to 1000, that comes over here. So now if I execute, now see, these are the records where my payment is less than 1000 and equal to 1000. As there is no record is equal to 1000, that is why it is not showing. But it is, if any amount is equal to 1000, that also comes over here. Let me do one thing. Now if you check, now see, in third record we have amount 7739.40. Okay. Now if I write something like this, if I write less than 7739.40, now see, if I execute this one, now this will not included. This third record, human ID 3 will not be included. Now see, now if I execute, now see, human ID 3 is not included. Those records is less than 337 to 7739.40, that is only coming. The payment ID 3 is not coming. Now if I write equal to, that means I want to get all the records that is less than 7739.40 and equal to 7739.40, that records I want. Now if I execute, now see, payment ID 3 is also coming. That means equal to, less than equal to means I want to include equal to and less than both. I want to include this amount and all the amount that is less than this amount. Okay, less than greater than means I want to include this amount as well. In the same way, if I just write greater than 7739.40. Now see, here I have mentioned only those records that is greater than this value. That means this 3 payment ID 3 will be excluded. Now if I execute, now see, 3 record is not coming over here. It is not getting included. It is getting excluded because I just mentioned greater than 3379.40. Now if I write equal to, that means I want to get all the records that is greater than this value and equal to this value. So that means my payment ID 3 should be included over here. Now if I execute, now see, my payment ID 3 gets included. So whenever I want to include my exact same value, that is where I have to mention this equal to sign along with less than or greater than, right? Now let's understand about not equal. Now see, here I have mentioned select star. I want to get my customer name and country, where my country is only UK. Okay, only UK. Now if I execute, now see all the records coming only for country UK. That means I have included only my UK country records. Now let me copy this same code. Now if I write this and instead of equal to, that this is equal to, but I want not equal to. So my not equal to symbol is this, greater than, less than. Either you can mention like this, greater than, less than, or you can mention exclamation marks equal to. That means if you put exclamation marks before equal to, that becomes not equal. That becomes not equal to. So now if I execute, that means this query is telling me I want to get customer name and country from my customer table where my country is not equal to UK. That means all the records that is not belongs to UK, that is only coming in my output. So in result, SQL interpreter will exclude all the records where my customer is belongs to UK. So it will exclude all the records that is belongs to UK. Now if I execute, now see, all the records is coming from my customer table where my country is not UK. So rest data is coming over there, right? So all the other countries coming over here, but only UK gets excluded. That because I mentioned country not equal to UK. In the same way, if I mention USA, then this record where my USA is coming, that should not be come. That is, USA should be included. Now UK gets included and all the USA records gets excluded, right? And if you write using this less than greater than sign, that is also considered as not equal to. Now if I execute, it will give the same result. Okay, so you can either use semicolon along with equal to, or you can use greater than less than sign for mentioning not equal to, whatever you want. So I hope you understand how to use our different type of comparison operator like greater than, less than, greater than, less than, equal to, greater than, equal to, less than, equal to, and not equal to as well. Okay. So now I am giving you some assignment. Just solve them and answer me in my comment box. Now let's jump to our next topic, that is logical operator. So far we have learned how to use select statement to retrieve our data. Then we have learned how to filter our records using where clause. Then we have learned our operator, that is comparison operator. But in real world project, one condition is not enough. Suppose someone say I need customers who are from USA and at the same time whose gender is male. Sometime somebody can say so customers who are either from USA or Canada. Now you have two conditions, right? You have two conditions. Like this, you can have multiple condition as well. So this is exactly why SQL provides logical operator. Logical operator basically allows us to combine multiple condition into one query. If you remember, here we have provided only single condition, right? Here I have provided only single condition, but where we need to provide multiple condition, then we need to combine all the condition together, and that is where we need to use logical operator. So we have three type of logical operator. One is and, one is or, and another is not. Okay. So these operators really makes SQL incredibly powerful, and almost every reporting dashboard, business report, or analytical query uses this logical operator. Now let's understand how to use this logical operator. Now see, our structure is select column name, then we have to write our table name from table name, and here we have to provide our condition using where. Now see, this is my condition 1. Okay. So till now you know everything. Now whenever you need to combine your multiple condition, then you have to use and condition 2 or condition 3 and so on. Okay. So whenever you need to combine your multiple condition, then you have to use this and or somewhere not. Okay. This is the complete structure. This is the structure. Now one thing you need to remember, whenever this is my condition 1, condition 2. If my condition what, if I use in case of and, let me do one thing. Suppose in case of and condition, in case of and, my first condition, if it is true, let me write condition 1 and another is condition 2, and this is the result. So in case of and operator, if my condition 1 is true, condition 2 is also true, then my result becomes true. If my condition is false, condition 1 is false and condition 2 is true, then my result is false. And if my condition 1 is true, condition 2 is false, then also my result is false. And if my condition is false, condition 2 is also false, then my result is false. In the same way, I'll explain you everything, don't worry. In case of OR, if my condition 1 is true, condition 2 is true, then it is true. If my condition 1 is false and condition 2 is true, then it become true. If my condition 1 is true and condition 2 is false, then also it is true. And condition is false, condition 2 is false, then it becomes false. Now try to understand what is happening. In case of AND, your all condition has to be true. Then only your result row will be returned. If your condition, this condition 1 and condition 2 both will be true, then only your result will be come out. Suppose your condition is false and condition 2 is true, then you will not get any kind of result. In the same way, if your condition 1 is true and condition 2 is false, then you will not get any kind of answer. That means it will not retrieve any value, because a single condition gets true, other is false. In the same way, if it is false and it is false, then it will be false. That means in case of AND, your both condition or all condition has to be true. Then only you will get your answer. Else, it will not give any kind of answer. On the other hand, OR, in case of OR, if both condition is true, then you will get your answer. If your first condition is false and another condition is true, then you will get the result. Whatever result is satisfying this condition, you will get that much records only. If your condition is true and condition 2 is false, then you will get the record from this condition. Whatever record is satisfying this condition, that much record you will get. And in case of false, both condition false, you will get the false condition. That means in case of AND, your both condition or all condition has to be true, then only you will get your answer. In case of OR, any of the condition, if any of the condition gets true, if any of the condition gets satisfied, then you will get your answer based on the condition that is true, right? And not is simpler, we can say not is reverse the condition. If we mention country is not USA, something like this, then it will give the all the records except USA. Now, before showing all the operators in practical, let me give you one very important SQL interview question. That is, sometime you might be asked about operator precedence. That is, in which order SQL evaluates this condition. Now we have this three and or not. In the same time, sometime based on our requirement, sometime we need to use parenthesis. Okay, so whenever you have this operator in your query, then how SQL evaluates this condition? So the preference would be first it will execute your parenthesis, then it will execute not, then it will execute and, then finally it will execute your OR operator. Okay, so in this order, SQL evaluates your condition. This is one of the biggest interview question, just remember. Now let's see in practical. First of all, let me execute my table. Select star from, suppose customer table. Now let me execute. Okay, let me. Yes. Now see, this is my customer table. Now suppose I want to get some records, or I want to get customer name and country and gender as well from this table, where my country is USA, and my one is gender. Let's take gender. Gender is male. Okay. So I have to combine these two conditions. My country has to be USA and my gender has to be male. So I have to combine these two conditions using my logical operator. Okay. Now let's see how to execute this one. For that, I have to write select what column I want. That is customer name, country, and gender. So let me write customer name, customer name, country, and gender from which table? That is customer table. Now I have to provide my condition. So for providing my condition, we have to write where. Now my first condition I have to provide. My first condition is the country has to be USA. So I have to write country has to be US. And now I have to combine my second condition that my gender has to be male. So I want these both condition has to be true. That is why I have to use AND operator. And gender equal to male. That means I want to get all the records where my country is USA and at the same time my gender is male. If my gender is male, if female, then that will not get executed. If my gender is male and my country is different UK, that record will not get retrieved because I have used AND operator. That means in both conditions, these both condition has to be true. Then only that record will be retrieved. Wherever in my table, wherever this record, wherever any record is matched these both condition, then only that will be retrieved. Now, for example, now see, my customer ID 1. Here my gender is male and country is USA. So both condition is getting satisfied. Then this row, this record will be retrieved. But in the customer ID 2, I have gender female, but country is USA. So one condition is getting true. The second one is false. So this record will not get retrieved. Right? So in case of AND, my both condition has to be true. Then only my that record will be executed. Now if I execute, now see, 1 will be retrieved, but 2 will not be retrieved. Okay, let me write customer ID. Then you get to know customer ID. Now if I execute, now see, 1 get executed, but 2 is not get executed because in 2 my gender was female, right? So basically I am just combining these two condition using my AND operator. Now let's use another example. Let me take another table. Suppose let me take product table. Select star from products. So this is my table. Now my condition is I want to get my product name, price, and stock quantity. I want these 3 columns where my price is greater than 1000. At the same time, my stock has to be greater than 20. So all records where my price is greater than 1000 and stock is greater than 20, that record only get retrieved. If any rows that satisfy my single condition, either price is greater than 1000 or stock quantity greater than 20, that will not get retrieved. Where my both condition is true, that record only gets retrieved. Now for that, what I have to do? I have to write select product name, price, and I want stock quantity. From which table? That is product table. Now I have to provide my condition where using where clause. Now my first condition is my price has to be greater than 1000. And as I am combining my multiple conditions, so I have to provide logical operator. Here I am using AND operator because I want my both condition has to be true. That is why I used AND condition, AND operator. And stock quantity greater than 20. So those records will satisfy these both condition. Those row will be only get retrieved. If in somewhere this condition is true, but this condition is not satisfying, that record will not get retrieved. Wherever my this both condition is true, both condition is getting satisfied, that record will be retrieved. Okay. Now if I execute, now see, these are my product, price and quantity. Wherever my price is greater than 1000 and at the same time my quantity is 20. Both condition is true. If you check, my both condition is true. Right. Now let's see another example. Now take this payment table. Select start from payments table. So this is my payment table. Now let's do one thing. Let's execute payment ID, amount, and payment status. Okay. So I want these three column where my condition is my payment status. If you see, my payment status is pending, success, refused, everything completed. Okay. So I want those rows where my payment status is completed. At the same time, my amount is greater than 5000. This both condition has to be true. That record I want. Now for that I have to write select product ID, amount, and payment status. Payment status from my table name, that's payments, where my first condition is my amount has to be greater than 5000, and as I want my records has to satisfy my both condition, so I provided AND operator and payment status equal to completed. Right. So those records is satisfying my these two condition, that records only will get retrieved. Okay. Now if I execute, product, sorry, this would be payment. This would be payment ID. Payment ID. Now if I execute, now see, there is no such records where my this both condition is true. Either this is getting false or this is getting false, whatever it is, but there is no record which is satisfying my this both condition. So let me do one thing. Let me write here pending. Let's see whether any records is there or not. Payment status pending. Now if I execute, now see, there are few records where my amount is greater than 5000 and payment status is pending. So if you check, this both column has satisfy my both condition. Here amount is greater than 5,000 and at the same time my payment status is scanned. Okay. So always remember, whenever my all condition has to be true, then only I want my records, then I have to use my AND operator. In case of AND operator, all the condition has to be true, then only that record will get retrieved. Right? Okay. Now let's move to the OR operator. Now first let's check our customer table. Okay. Now see, here if you understand, here we have used AND, that means my both condition has to be true, then only my records will be get retrieved. But in case of OR, if any condition, any of the condition gets true, then my record will be retrieved. If some places, if I, let me do one thing, let me copy the same example. Now, here if I use OR, that means, it means wherever my, in my table, those record is satisfying my this record, that will get retrieved, and wherever this condition is being satisfied in my record, that row also gets retrieved. Right? In case of OR, any condition has to be true, then only the record will be retrieved. Wherever my this condition is true, that record will be retrieved, and wherever this condition, only this condition is getting true, that records also gets retrieved. Okay. Now, before executing this one, now see, if I execute this code, here, this is my AND operator. That means both condition has to be true. Now, if I execute, now see how many records is getting written. See, 25 rows. That means in 25 rows, my both condition is true. But now, if I execute this code, now see, 275 rows get returned. 275 rows. Why? Because here, if any record is satisfying only this condition, that is getting retrieved. At the same time, if any records is satisfying only this condition, that is also gets retrieved. That is why here my row number is higher than AND. So always remember, in case of OR operator, whenever any condition is getting satisfied, then that record gets retrieved. It doesn't depend on the multiple condition. If among all the condition, if any single condition gets true, then that record will be retrieved. And at the same time, whenever other condition is also getting satisfying my condition, that is also get retrieved. Right? So in case of OR, my both any condition has to be true. Now in the same way, let me show another example. Now this time, let me execute. Let me take another table. Suppose let's take order table. Select start from orders. So this is my order table. Now suppose I want my order ID and total amount. Okay, total amount. Where my total amount is less than 1000 and greater than 10,000. That means I want those records where my total amount is less than 1000. At the same time, I want those record as well where my amount is greater than 10,000. Okay. Now let's write the code. So select I want order ID. Order ID total amount from orders table, where what is my first condition? My first condition is my total amount should be less than 1000 or total amount should be greater than 10,000. That means those record is below 1000 that will get retrieved. At the same time, those record is greater than 10,000 that also get retrieved. So if any records satisfying any of the condition, then that record will be get retrieved. Now if I execute, now see, you will get below 1000 records and above 10,000 records. There is no records between 1001 to 10,000. Either it is below 1000 or above 10,000. Right? Now think, if I write and over here, that means my both condition has to be true. Then now see, is this makes any logic? My total amount has to be less than 1000 and at the same time my total amount has to be greater than 10,000. Does it make any sense? Because in case of and my both condition has to be true, then only my records will get retrieved, right? But does it make any sense? My total amount less than 1000 and greater than 10,000? No. So if I execute this, now see, it will not get retrieve any records because it doesn't make any sense. But in case of OR, as any condition gets satisfy my requirement, then that record will get retrieved. That is why wherever my record is satisfying these records only, that is also getting retrieved, and wherever my record is satisfying this condition, that record also gets retrieved. So that is why I am getting this result. Okay. So I hope you understand how AND or OR is working. So always remember, in case of OR, in case of AND, my both condition has to be true. Then only I will get my result. If any of the condition is getting false, then I will not get any kind of answer. So my both condition or multiple condition, all the condition has to be true in case of AND. But in case of OR, any of the condition is true, then my record will get retrieved. Okay. And finally, we have NOT operator. So let me execute my customer table. This is my customer table. Suppose in my customer table, I want my customer name, country, and customer. Those are not from any of the country we take. Suppose Germany. So I want all the records where my country is not Germany. So how we can write this code? For that, we have to write select. We want customer name, and country from customers. Now where not country equal to German. That means this will retrieve all the customers who are not from Germany. If I mention only, see, where country is Germany. Now if I execute this one, then it will retrieve all the records that where my country is Germany. But whenever I want reverse of Germany, that means except Germany, all the records except Germany, then I have to write not. That means where my country is not Germany, that records I want all. Now if I execute, now see, all the records is coming except Germany, right? So always remember, not is basically used to reverse our record. So basically to exclude our requirement, we used not. Okay, we use not operator. So I hope you understand. Now finally, let me show you one more example where we can use our all operator together. Okay, multiple operator together. Now for example, let me execute my customer table. So this is my customer table. Now I want to have my customer name column, country column, and gender column. Country and gender column. And my condition is I want all the customer that belongs to USA. That belongs to USA. And another condition that I have that the country has to be Canada and my gender has to be male. In case of USA, any gender is applicable. But in case of Canada, I want only male customers. So this is the multiple condition that I need to insert in my query. Try to understand. My first condition is I want all the records that all the customer that belongs to USA. It doesn't matter whether it is female or male, whatever. I want all the customer name that belongs to USA only, including male, female. But in the other condition, I want all the customer that belongs to Canada, and at the same time the gender is male. So I have to provide all these multiple conditions together in my query. Now let's see how we can execute this query. Now first of all, we have to write select. First one is customer name. Second thing I want, that is country. And finally want gender from my customer table. Customers table. Now let me write my condition one by one. Where I want first my country. My country has to be USA. So this is my first condition. Now my another condition is, let me write my condition first, okay? Then I will show you how to put our operator. Now my second condition is my country has to be Canada. And at the same time my gender has to be male. That means and operator. That means and gender. Gender is male. This is my first condition where I want all the customers from USA. And here I have another condition where I want all the customer that is belongs to Canada and gender is male. So that is why I just put and, because this is my one condition where my both condition has to be true. Then only I want that much that records only, right? Where my country is Canada, at the same time my gender is male. That I want, right? So this is my second condition. Now this is my first condition, this is my second condition. So as this is my second condition and here I have more than one condition, so I have to put it in a parenthesis, right? I have to put it a parenthesis so that it become a single condition. It's become a single condition, right? So I put the parenthesis. Now see, this is my first condition. This is my second condition. Now I have to combine these two conditions. I have to combine these two conditions. Now by which operator should I combine these two operators? Now think. Which operator? And, or, what? We have to provide or. Why? Because we want all the customer that belongs to USA. I want all the customer that belongs to USA. So I don't need to check whether any other condition is getting satisfied my requirement or not. If this condition is getting satisfied, then only I want all the records. That means my second condition doesn't depend on this condition. That is why I just made or. So wherever this condition is true, that also gets retrieved, and wherever this condition only gets true, that also gets retrieved. Because I have provide or. For this condition, both condition has to be true, male and Canada. And for this both condition, any condition has to be true because I have used or operator, right? Now if I execute this one, now see, Here all the customers that belongs to USA, any gender, or any Canadian customer who is male. So if you see all the Canada customer is male. All the Canada customer is male, right? Because I have used and operator. So both condition is true. So all the Canada is male. All the Canadian is male. But as this condition and this condition combined using OR, so along with this records, only those record is satisfying only this condition, that is also get retrieved. So that is why in USA you are getting female, in USA you are getting male as well. So all the customer who is belongs to USA, whether it is male or female, that records also gets retrieved, right? So this is how we can put our multiple condition together using multiple operator. And whenever we have this type of query, always remember first execute this one, because first execute parenthesis, I have already told you. First execute parenthesis, then not, then and, then not. So here I have parenthesis. So first execute this parenthesis, this condition, then and condition, then finally or condition. So I hope you understand how our different type of operator like and, parenthesis, not, or all this operator works in our SQL queries. Now I'm giving you the assignment. Just solve by yourself and give me the answer in comment box. Our next topic is between operator. See, already we have learned our different type of operators like logical operator, comparison operator, right? Now, for example, suppose somebody asks you, show me the order ID, and total amount from order tables where our total amount is greater than 1000 and less than 10,000, right? So what you can do, you can write something like this. You can write something like this. Right? That means I want my order ID total amount from order table where my total amount is greater than 1000 and total amount is less than 10,000, or equal to. We can also use equal to. So all the orders that is equal to or greater than 1000 and less than or equal to 10,000, that many rows, that many records I want. Here and is there, so my both condition has to be true. So wherever these both condition is satisfy my requirement, only that records will be retrieved, right? So you can write this SQL comments as well. That is completely okay. This is one of the way, right? But SQL provides a much simpler and more readable solution, and that is between. That is between operator. You just use between operator and you just mention your range of price, and that's it, right? So if you want to see what is the structure, then select column name from table name, where a column name between my price range, suppose 1000 and 10,000, right? So you have to use between operator like this. This is the syntax. Right? Now, if you want to take this example, then what you have to do? You have to write something like this. Select order ID total amount order where total ID greater than equal to 1000 and total amount less than equal to 10,000. That is okay. But in simpler way, what we can do? We can write something like this, where total amount between 1000 and 10,000. That's it. Now see, this is the much simpler version of this one, right? This is much simpler version. So what happened? I'm just mentioning, give me the total, give me the order ID and total amount from my order tables, where my total amount, this column, where my total amount is between 10,000, 1,000 and 10,000. So all the records that lies between these two range, that records will be retrieved. And always remember, between means this number and this number, both is included. Always remember, in case of between operator, my low price and my high price both has to be included. Okay, both has to be included. So I can write this one as low price or low value, and this is high value. Right? So this is my SQL commands. Now if I execute, now see, all the values coming out, those are lies between 1,000 and 10,000, and 1,000 and 10,000 both are inclusive. Now let's try another example. Suppose let's take another table, suppose payment table. Select start from payment table. So this is my payment table. So I want to get payment ID and amount, where my amount is between 1,000 to 5,000. Okay, my amount is between 1,000 to 5,000. That means all the record that is lies between 1,000 and 5,000, and 1,000 and 5,000 is included. Always remember, included. Those record I want. So for that I have to write select payment ID, comma amount, payment ID and amount I want, right? From which table? This payment table, where I want my payment is between 1 to 5,000. So first way is that already we have learned, total where amount greater than equal to 1,000 and amount less than equal to 5,000. If you execute this code, that is also fine. That is also acceptable. But we are learning between. So between basically makes our code little bit simpler. So instead of writing this, what we can write? We can write where amount between. Just write between my price range. The low value is 1,000 and high value is 5,000. That's it. Now if I execute, now you will get the same result. Okay. Now see, all the result is lies between 1,000 and 5,000, and 1,000 and 5,000 is included, right? Now let's take another example. Now let me take another table. Suppose employee table. Employee table. Now let's say let's take employee name and salary. Employee name and salary. What salary is this? This is the salary. So I want those record where my salary is between 50,000 to 70,000. Okay, 50,000 to 70,000. So for that, what we can write? We can write first one, select employee ID, or we can take employee name and salary. from employee table, where what we can write? We can write salary using comparison operator. We can write salary greater than equal to 50,000 and salary less than equal to 7,000. So all the records that is lies between 50,000 and 70,000 and both value is included, that record will be come out. But to make this code little simpler, we can write where salary between 50,000 and 70,000. So both are same. Okay, both are same. These also retrieve all the records where my salary lies between 50,000 and 70,000. And 50,000 and 70,000 both are included. Right? Now if I execute, now see all the records that's between lies between 50,000 and 70,000, that is coming over here. In the same way, you can take other table as well. If you take a stock supplier table or product table, suppose you can take product table and you can find out the product name where your stock quantity between 20 to 50 or 20 to 100. In the same way, if you take review tables, then you can write a SQL command where you want some review ID and rating where your rating lies between 3 to 5, something like this. Okay, so you can take the tables and you can practice by yourself as many as possible. There is another concept that is also applicable, somewhere you might be needing, that is not between. Okay, just not between, just opposite of between. This one is, I want all my amount has to be between 1,000 to 5,000. Here, if you want except this range, if you want all the record except this range, then you have to mention not. That's it. That means I want all the records that doesn't lies between this range. Those records doesn't lies between this range. That records I want. Okay. In the same way, if I want all the records that doesn't lies between these two salary range, then just I have to mention not. I have to mention just not. That means when I execute this one, it is between 50,000 to 70,000. All the records are between 50,000 to 70,000. Now if I execute, now see, all the records that is excluding this range, that is coming. Those are less than 50,000 and those are greater than 50,000, that is only coming over here. Right? So this is the one of the small concept that you need to remember. Whenever you need to mention any range, then you have to use between, and if you want the data except this range, then you have to use this not between. That's it. Now lastly, I give you one very important example where I will use this between and operator both together. That means I want to combine my between operator and operator. Okay. Now for that, let me take one table. Suppose product table. Select star from products. This is my product table. Now I want all the records that where my price lies between 1,000 to 5,000. Okay, my price lies between 1,000 and 5,000, and at the same time I want my stock has to be greater than 20. So both condition has to be true. Okay, so to find out the range, we will use between operator, and to find out the product where my both condition, that means that this range condition and at the same time stock condition both will be true. To satisfy this condition, we have to use AND operator, right? Now let's see how we can write this SQL command. Now for that, I have to write select what we want. We want product name. We want product name and price and stock quantity. Product name, price, and stock quantity. From my product table, where my price, my first condition is my price has to be between 1000 to 5000. So I have to write price between 1000 and 5000. Okay. And at the same time, I want to combine my another condition using my AND operator. This is my first condition. This is my first condition, right? This is my first condition. And I am combining another condition that is using AND operator. And the another condition is my stock quantity. My stock quantity greater than 20. Right? Now see, here I mention my price. I want this column, and I want those records where my price lies between 1000 to 5000, and at the same time the stock is greater than 20. So all the records where my stock is greater than 20 and price is between 1000 to 5000. That means my both condition has to be true because I have used AND operator. So I want those records one, right? So here I have used between operator and AND operator together. Basically, I am combining these two operators, right? Now, if I execute this one, now see, here I am getting all the price that lies between 1000 and 5000. At the same time, all the records is greater than 20. All the stock quantity is greater than 20. So I hope you understand what is between operator and how it works, and how we can combine our different type of operators together. Now I give you the assignment. Just try to solve it by yourself, and if you have any questions, just comment me down. Next we have in operator. In operator basically, suppose someone asks you just list down all the customer name. Those are coming from USA, UK, German. Okay. Now for example, select start from customers. So this is my table. Now somebody asks you to list down all the customer name where they belongs from USA, UK, or German. Okay. Now what you can do? You can write like this: select customer name and take the country as well. Country from customers where country equal to, first one is USA, or country equal to UK, or country equal to Germany. That means all the records, all the customer name, those belongs to USA or UK or Germany. So now if I execute, now see, these are the customer who belongs to this three country only. This three country only. That is fine. Okay, this approach is acceptable. But imagine if you have 10 or 50 number of country, then your somebody or your manager asks to list down all the country. Then you have to write something like this: country equal to country name, country equal to other country name, and so on, right? So to make this entire code simpler, just like between, to make this code little simpler, what we can use in operator. We can use in operator. So what is the structure of in operator? Select column name from table name where column name in and you have to provide two parentheses, and within this you have to pass your all the value 1 comma value 2 value 2 value 3 and so on, right? This is the structure. You have to write select column name from table name where my column name in this you have to provide all the values. So if you want to execute this code, this same code, then how we can write this code using in operator? Now see, select customer name country from customer where country is USA, UK, Germany. So instead of writing country again and again, what we can do? We can write country in then with this within this parenthesis we can pass our all the value. Suppose USA, then UK, then Germany, right? I just pass all the value in a single parenthesis separated by comma. That's it. Now if I execute, you will get the same result. Whatever result I am getting from this code, the same result I will get with this code, right? Now if I execute, now see, my output is same. My output is same. Now see, previously it was 150 rows. Now it is also 150 rows, right? Now imagine if you have 50 number of country, then you have 50 lines, country equal to 50 country. But in this structure using in operator, you can pass all your 50 values one by one in a single parenthesis. That's it. So basically in operator is making your code little simpler. So in operator is basically simply a shorter way of writing multiple equality comparison. Those are joined with or operator. Okay, those are joined with or operator. Now see, these all conditions are joined with or operator. So to make this code shorter, those are joined with or operator. To make this code shorter, we normally use in operator, right? And here we have another concept that is not in. Okay, that's not in. Not in. That means if we use only in, then all the records that lies between this condition that will be coming out, and not in means except this country. Okay. Now if I execute this one, now see all the records that doesn't belongs to this 3 country that is coming out. Only that is getting retrieved. Okay. Not in means it has to be excluded. This value has to be excluded. Now if I give you some another examples. So let me take another table. Now I'm taking this time review table. So this is my review table. Now suppose I want those review ID and rating, those are rating 4 and 5. Okay, those rating are 4 and 5. So what we can write? Select review ID and rating from my table name, that is review table, where I want all the record where my rating is 4 and 5. 4 or 5. Okay, 4 and 5. I want both. So we can write something like rating equal to 4 or rating equal to 5. That means all the record that is having 4 rating, that also coming, and those record is having rating 5, that record also get retrieved. So to make this condition shorter, what we can do? We can write where my rating in, and within this parenthesis, I can pass my rating, that is 4 and 5. That's it. So now if I execute, now see all the records where my rating is 4 and 5, that is getting retrieved. In the same way, I give you another example. Now this time I'm taking payment table. Okay, select start from payments. So this is my payment table. Now from here I want payment ID and payment status. Okay, payment status. This both I want, but my condition is my payment status has to be completed and pending. All the records that is pending, that I want, and all the records that is completed. That is, I think completed option is not there. So let me take success. Okay, all the records that is pending, that record I want, and all the record that is success, that record also I want. Okay, so for that we have to write select star from select I want payment ID and payment status from payment table, where without interpreter, how we can write payment status equal to 1 is pending, or payment status equal to success. That means all the record where my payment status is pending, that records I want, and all the records where my payment status is success, that record also I want. Okay, because I have used or. Now if I execute this one, now see,
Sorry.
payment. Now if I execute this SQL code, now see all the records where my payment status is success, and all the records that where my payment status is pending, both satisfying rows are coming out, right? Now to simplify this code, what we can write? We can write where my payment status in, then I can pass my values. One is pending and another is success. Now see, now if I execute this code, now you will get the same result. Now see, you will get the same result. All the records that is success and all the records that is pending, that is coming over here, right? And if you see, in both cases, my row number is same, 2000, right? So this is how our in operator works. Okay, so basically we use in operator to make our code shorter, where my multiple conditions are joined with or operator. Now I give you the assignment on in operator. Just have a look and try to solve by yourself. Next we have, that is like operator. Like operator. So basically till now, whatever condition we have written, that has basically look for an exact value. Right. So as we have seen, if I want to get all the customers all the customers from USA, right? So this is my exact value, or UK, this is my exact value. In the same way, if I wanted to look some product name, those price greater than 1000, this is my exact price, or less than 1000, this is my exact price, or some payment ID where my payment status either pending, right, or success, something like this. So all are exact value, right? But in real world project, that's not always possible. Now, for example, in your company, suppose your manager asks that he wants a customer name, he needs a customer name whose name he doesn't remember. Okay, the manager don't remember the customer's full name. He knows only that customer name starts with Geo. Okay, so start with Geo. He only remembered, or something. Suppose customer wants your manager wants customer email, all the customer emails that ends with @gmail.com. All the customers email ID that ends with gmail.com. That list your manager wants. In this type of scenario, how do you perform your search operation in your entire table? So in this situation, searching for an exact value is not enough, right? So we need to search a pattern. We need to search a pattern instead. Okay, and that is where our like operator comes into the picture. So basically, what like does, the like operator allows SQL to search text based on a pattern instead of exact value. So basically, using like, basically we search for a text based on a pattern. Okay, based on a pattern instead of exact match. And to create this pattern, SQL provides two wildcard. That means if you want to find out the pattern in a text using like operator, then you have to use these wildcards. And what are the wildcards that SQL provides? That is, one is percentage, and another is underscore. Okay, one is percentage and another is underscore. So percentage basically represents 0, 1, or many character. Percentage represent 0, 1, or many character, and underscore represent exact one character. Right? Percentage represents 0, 1, or many character, but underscore represents only exact one character. Now I give you the examples. As I told you, if your manager don't know the customer exact name, he only knows the customer name start with Joe. That's it. In that case, you have to mention your condition like where. Now using where, you have to use where clause because I have to provide my condition. So you have to write where, then you have to provide customer name, then you have to provide your operator, that is like operator. Then you have to write Joe percentage. Now try to understand. Percentage means there is no particular any limit characters. It might be 2 character, it might be 3 character, it might be 1 character, it might be 5 character, anything. That is why it is mentioned over here. Percentage means 0, 1, or many character. So your customer name start with Joe only, but it might have 1, 2, 3, 4 character. It might have 2 character. It might have 1 character, something like this. So it might be your customer name could have John. Your customer name could have Johnny, or your customer name may have Johnson, something like this. So after Geo, you have 2 character. Here you have 4 character. Here you have 5 character. So whenever you put percentage after a word, that means any character. That means any number of characters. But it will starts with J-O, right? In the same way, if we write where customer name like, now this time I'm starting with percentage, and here I just mentioned SON. That means my customer name will ends with SON. My customer name ends with SON, and before SON, any number of character can be there. If it might be Johnson, right? Because this is the son, and previously there is 4 character. In the same way, it can be Peterson. So this is son, the last one son, and before it there is Peter. So there is 5 character. So in the same way, percentage son means my name will be ends with son. Before that, before this son, there might be any number of characters, might be 0, might be 1, or anything, right? So name percentage means this is the starting position. Let me show you. Suppose A percentage means starts with A followed by any number of character, right? So my name will starts with A, and percentage means any number of character. And in the same way, percentage A means ends with A, preceding by any number of characters. That means my name will ends with A. Before A, there might be any number of characters, right? In the same way, we can write where customer name like starting with percentage, then suppose OHN and ends with percentage. Here I am starting with percentage, then OHN, then ends with percentage, means my name contains my name should be contain OHN, and before OHN there might be any number of characters, and after OHN there might be any number of characters. So it could be John. Now see, OHN is present, and in the this is the first percentage, and this is the last percentage. There is no character. As I told you, percentage means 0, 1, or any number. So here percentage means 0. So it is John. It can be also possible Johnny, right? OHN before percentage is J, and after percentage J is NY. In the same way, it could be Johnson as well. Johnson, OHN is present. Before percentage is JHO, and after percentage is SON. So if we use percentage before and after in my pattern, that means this word or this character is containing my name. It is starting with any number of characters and ending with any number of characters. But in this name, my OHN should be included. So percentage A percentage means starts and ends with any number of character, but it should contain A, right? So a percentage means start with a and ends with any number of characters. Percentage a means ends with a and before this there might be any number of characters. And percentage means the name should contain a. Before a there might be any number of characters, and after a there might be any number of characters. Okay. In the same way, we have our another wildcard, that is underscore. Okay. Now underscore means single character. Always remember, single character. Percentage means 0, single or any, but underscore means single character. Now a underscore means starts with a and after a there is only one character. Right? Now if I mention a underscore, that means after a there is two character. If I write underscore a, that means ends with a, but before that I have two character. Right? Okay. If we write underscore a percentage, that means it is starting with a single character. It's starting with single character, then a, and then ends with any number of characters. Right? Percent underscore, that means this is here is only single character. After the single character, our next character is a, and it will ends with percentage. Percentage means any number of characters, either 1 or 0 or anything. Right? So this is the way to create our pattern using these wildcards while we need to perform any kind of pattern based search on text. Now let's understand with practical. First of all, let me retrieve my tables. So I'm retrieving my customer table. Select start from customers. So this is my table. Now I want to get all the customer names that starts with a. Okay, starts with a and ends with any number of characters. Now for that I have to write select customer name from customer table, where now I have to pass my condition, where my customer name like, then I have to provide my pattern. What is the pattern? As my name has to be start with a, so I have to put a, and finally it should be ends with a number of characters, so I have to pass my percentage. That's it. That means my customer name should be starting with a and ends with a number of characters. So all that customer name that starts with a, that will be filtered out. Right? Now if I execute, now see, all the customer name starting with a is getting retrieved, and it is end with any number of character. See, any number of character, ending with any number of character, but it has to be start with a. Right? In the same way, if we need to find out the customer name that is ends with n, okay, ends with n, then how can we write this? Very simple. Percentage n. That means my customer name has to be ends with n, and before n there can be any number of characters. That means percentage. Percentage means any number of characters, but the name has to be ends with n. Now if I execute, now see, all the name that ends with n, the ends with n, that is getting filtered out, and before n there can be any number of characters. Now see, before n there is any number of characters, but it is ending with n. Right? So basically I am providing my pattern. I'm providing my pattern, whether it is starting with or ending with, whatever it is. I'm just mentioning my pattern, and it is filtering out all the names based on my pattern, right? Now I want to get all the customers' name that is containing, suppose AN, okay, that is containing AN. But before AN, there might be any number of characters, and after AN, there might be any number of characters. Then what we have to do? We have to just mention AN, because our name should contain AN. Our name should contain AN. And before AN, there might be any number of characters. So I have provided 1%. And after AN also, there might be any number of characters. So I have to provide another percentage. That's it. This means my name, my entire name contains AN. My entire name contains AN in between. But it starts with any number of characters or ends with any number of characters. So all the name that is containing AN in middle of its name, and it is starting with any number of characters or ending with any number of characters, that those name will be filtered out, right? Now if I execute, now see all the name that is containing AN. See AN, these also having AN, they are also having AN, they are also having AN. So AN might be anywhere in between the name. In entire name, AN must be contained. AN might be anywhere, but it has to be within the name. And before AN, there might be any number of characters, and after AN, any number of characters. Now, for another example, let me take another table. Suppose let me take product table. Select star from products. So this is my table. Now I want to get my product's name that starts with S only. Okay, S only. Now for that I have to write select product name from products where my product name like what's my pattern? That has to be starts with S. So I have just mentioned, I need to mention S, and it will end with any number of characters. So I have to pass my percentage. That's it. So all the product name that is starting with S, that will be filtered out. Now if I execute, now see all the product name that is starting with S, that is only getting filtered out, right? In the same way, suppose I want to get some customer product name. I want to get all the product name that contains phone. This phone word, okay? It might be starting with any number of characters and ending with any number of characters, but it has to contain the phone word, okay? So for that, I have to write percentage phone and percentage. That means is it starting with any number of characters, then phone word should contain this name, and it will end with any number of characters. So basically, my phone, this word has to be in between my name, okay? So now if I execute, now see this phone word is there in every name in between. Now here is phone is there, here phone is there, here phone is there, here phone is there. That means all the name contains this phone word, right? It is starting with any number of characters and ending with any number of characters. Now if I try to see my customer table, now see here there are different type of email, okay? So let me check, is there any email ID that contains gmail.com? So for that, what we have to do? We have to write, if any customer is having email ID that is ending with gmail.com, that name I want. So for that, customer name and email email where my email like ends with means I have to provide my percentage first, then I have to provide @gmail.com. That means my email ID should ends with @gmail.com, and before that, before there might be any number of characters. Okay. Now if I execute, now see, there is no customer that is having gmail.com, that is having email ID that is ending with gmail.com, right? So this is how we can perform pattern based search on text using percentage wildcard. Now next see our underscore wildcard. Let me execute my customer table. Now my requirement is I want to get all the customer name that is starting with a single character, then my second character has to be A, and then it will end with a number of characters. That means suppose here David Smith. Now my first character is anything, it might be anything, then my second character has to be A. Okay, my second character has to be A, and finally it will end with a number of characters. So my first character should be single character, then my second character should be A, then ends with a number of characters. So for that we have to write select customer name from customers where customer name like I need starting with a single character, so I have to provide one underscore, and then I have to provide A. That means my first character should be anything, then my second character should be A. My second character has to be A. Then it will ends with percentage. That means after A, there might be a number of characters. So this is my pattern. Pattern is my name starts with a single character. Then in the second character, there should be A. There must be A, and then it will ends with percentage. So all the name that is starting with any character, then second character is A. All those name will be filtered out. Now if I execute, now see all the name that is starting with any character, and my second character is A. If you see, all the name is having A in the second character. See, all the name is having A in the second character and ends with a number of characters, right? So this is the underscore. Underscore means single character. Always remember, single character. Now if we want to get some all the customers name where there is two character, initially there is two character, then my third character has to be A, then percentage means there in number of characters, in at the end in number of characters. So that means here my name has to be starting with any two character, then my third character should be A. My third character must be A. Now if I execute, now let me see. All the names is having A at the third position. If you check, A is having at the third position, and before A there is only two character, because I have mentioned two underscore. That means two character. Two underscore means two character, and A is at the third position. So if you see, all the name is having A at the third position, and before A there is only two character. Okay. See, all the name is having A at the third position. Before A, we have only two characters, right? So how many characters you want before or after? You have to just provide underscore. That many underscore you have to provide. A single underscore means a single character. Always remember. Now, if we want any name that ends with any character, but the third last should be T. third last character should be T, and it will start with any number of characters. Now see, this means my name is starting with any number of characters and ends with T underscore underscore. That means my third last character is T, then it will ends with any number, any other two characters. Right? Now if I execute, now see, all the name that is ending with any two character, but in third last is always T. If you see, third last character is T. Everywhere the third last character is T, and it is ending with any two character. Here I have only Martin title, that is why it is showing only Martin. But if you have any other name, any other title that is ending with any character, any two character, but in third last position T is there, that also get retrieved, right? So I hope you understand how we can use this underscore and percentage wildcards to create our patterns while we need to perform any pattern based search on our text. Next we have, that is, it is null and is not null. So basically, previously we have already learned and we have compared values using different type of operators like equal, greater than, less than, between, in, like, right? All of these operators assume that a value already exists. But what happens if any value doesn't exist? Suppose a customer has not entered a mobile number, or an employee does not have any manager assigned yet, or payment has not been recorded. In this type of situation, the database doesn't store zero. Even it doesn't store any empty string. Instead, it stores a special value called null. A value, this null is basically a value. So whenever we don't have any data, we don't have any value, we don't know the value of that field, then instead of storing zero or any empty string, basically here null value gets stored. A null value simply means I don't know the value. That's it. The value is not available to me right now. For example, let me retrieve the table, employee table. Okay. Now see, in this enter table, here in first 10 record, this first 10 record, manager ID is not assigned. Manager ID is not assigned. So in this field, it doesn't store any value as zero, or it is not empty string. It just store a null value. It just store a null value. That means these values is not available to me. This value is unknown to me. That's it. Okay, that is null value. So in order to get all the null value, in your table, what you have to do, you have to write select customer name, or sorry, we have employee name. Employee name and manager ID. Manager ID from employee, where which column? That is manager ID. Manager ID, where manager ID, it is null. That's it. That means I want to get all my employee name and manager ID from my employee table, where my manager ID, that means this column, manager ID, is null. Now if I execute, sorry, WH here, where? Now if I execute, employee name in field unknown column. Let me execute.
Sorry.
Employee. I just made the mistake in the name. Now see, this is my employee name and manager ID. These 10 records we have where my manager ID is unknown to me. So my manager ID is null. So it is showing these 10 records, right? Manager ID is null. Wherever my manager ID is null, I want my employee name over there. Now in the opposite way, if I want to get all the name where my manager ID is not null, then I have to provide just is not. That's it. Is not null. Now if I execute, except these 10 records, rest will be retrieved. Now see, except this 10 record, except that 10 record, all the records is coming out. As in my employee table, I have 100 records. So see, when I execute is null, then it gets retrieved 10 records. And when I execute this is not null, then it gets retrieved 90 records. Right? So this is basically my null and is not null. So whenever you need to find out all the null value records, then just provide is null. And whenever you want to get all the records except null value, then just provide is not null. That's it. So this is very small chapter that I need to cover. And here the more thing that I need to mention over here. Most of the beginners sometimes make a little bit mistake over here. So instead of writing where manager ID is null, something like this, some beginners made a mistake. They write manager ID equal to null. Right? They provide manager ID equal to null. Now, if you execute this one, you will get an error. You will get an error. Not exactly error, but you will not get any kind of records. It will not retrieve the records because SQL treat null differently from any other value. Okay, null is a value, but SQL treat is in different way, not any value, normal value. So whenever you need to find out the null value, you cannot pass this equal to sign. You have to mention is null. That's it. Okay. So this thing you need to remember. Now I give you the assignment. Just try to solve by yourself and give me the answer in the comment box. Next we have order by clause. What is order by clause? Now see. Select start from products. Now if I execute, this is my entire table. Now see. Now product name. Does product name, all the product name is coming in alphabetically? No. The price. If you see the price, does this price is coming is ascending order or descending order? Does it maintain any order? No. So basically it has written all the rows in whatever order the database decided. Right? So if you want to maintain any specific order, suppose you want this product name has to be alphabetically, has to be arranged by alphabetically, or your price has to be ascending order, descending order, or whatever it is. So if you want, basically, if you want to maintain any kind of order, then you have to use order by clause, right? The order by only changes how the query result is displayed. It doesn't change the data stored in your database. Always remember. Okay. Now to write the order by clause, what is the syntax? You have to write select column name from table name, then order by column name, and here you have to provide either ascending order or descending order. Right? Select column name from table name, order by column name, in order by column name, ascending or descending. whatever column you want to show in a order, that column name you have to provide, and then you have to provide either it has to be ascending order or yes, it has to be descending order, right? So this is my basically this is my syntax. Now suppose I want to get my product name and price, and I want to order my price in ascending order, right? So for that I have to write select product name and price from products. Now see, if I execute till here, now what will happen? It will give me the result as it is. Okay, as it is. There is no order maintained in product name or price in any column, right? If you see, price is not ordered in ascending or descending order. It is showing as database decided, right? But now, if I want to arrange it in ascending order, then I have to provide order by which column I want to arrange, that is price column, that is price, and then I have to provide ascending. So I want to arrange my price column in ascending order. Now see, here this price column doesn't maintain any order. Now if I execute, now see, my price column is maintaining its order, that is ascending order. If you see, it is starting with small number, then gradually it is increasing. So it is basically ordered by ascending. It is arranged by ascending order. Now always remember, ascending is default. Okay, by default it is ascending. So if you don't pass ascending this word, then also you will get the same result, because ascending is default. Okay, now if you want to arrange this price in descending order, then you have to pass descending. Okay, ascending is default, but if you want to arrange it in descending order, then you have to pass descending. Now if you execute, now see, the value is arranged in descending order. It is starting with highest number, then it is gradually decreasing the value. Okay, so this is my descending order. Now if I take another table, customer table, okay, select start from customers. Now see, customer name. Now I want to arrange my customer name in ascending and or descending order. Okay, for that I have to write select customer name from customers order by customer name. Now initially I am not mentioning anything, so it is by default it is ascending. Now if I execute, now see, it is starting with A, then gradually B, C, D, E, F, like this, right? So it is ascending, so starting with A. Now if I provide descending, now see, if I execute, now see, it is starting with R, because in my name my last alphabet is R, so it is starting from R, and gradually it is getting decreased, and it will ends with A. It will ends with A, right? So basically this is my decreasing order. Now if I take another example, select star from employee. Now see, this is my employee table. Here I have salary. So I want to arrange my employee name based on my salary. So salary has to be in decreasing order. Okay. So for that I have to write select employee name and salary from employee order by which column? That is salary column. And I am to arrange it in descending order. Now if I execute, now see all the salaries arranged in descending order. The highest amount is 1,60,000. Now it is getting decreased. So it is descending order. Now if I don't mention anything or I mention ascending, now see it is arranged in ascending order. So starting with low value and getting in gradually it is getting increased, right? So this is my ascending order. So this is how we can arrange our data either on ascending order or descending order using this order by clause, right? Order by clause. Now please solve the assignments. Next we have limit clause. Basically, suppose imagine you are building a e-commerce website. When a customer searches for laptop, do you display all the thousands of products in a single page? No. Instead, you might display only first 20 products or 30 products. Similarly, imagine in a company, your manager asks, show me top 10 expensive product or display first 5 customers, right? So in this situation, we don't want the entire result set. We only want a limited number of rows. And this is exactly SQL provides our limit clause. So limit clause tells MySQL to stop returning rows after reaching a specified number. Whatever you mentioned in limit, beyond that, it is MySQL basically stopping us to show the number of products beyond that number. And another important point of limit is that it works best when used with order by. Okay, previously we have learned order by. So whenever you used limit along with order by, then it will give the proper actual result. Because suppose we want top 5 rows, then without sorting it, the first 5 rows are not guaranteed to be the same every time, because SQL does not guarantee row order unless you explicitly specify it. That is why you need to sort it first using order by clause, and then you have to use your limit clause. So what is the syntax? Syntax is select column name from table name, limit row count, right? Now here in row count, if I provide 5, that means I want my 5 records. I want my first 5 records. Okay. Now if I provide 10, then I want my 10 5 records. Now if I provide limit 10, comma 5, this means I want to skip my first 10 records, then I want my next 5 records, right? Now see, limit 10 means 1 to 10 records, right? And limit 10 comma 5 means 11 of the skip 10 records, then next 5 records. That means 11 to 16 records, right? If you just mention limit 10, that means you want to get 1 to 10 records. First 1 to 10 records. But if you mention limit 10, comma 5, that means you want to skip your first 10 records. Then you want to get next 5 records. That means 11 to 16. Okay. This is called offset. Okay. This is called offset. Limit, offset, comma, row count. The structure is limit. This one is offset, and this is my row count, right? So this is my entire structure. Now let's see with practical. Our first table is customer. Select start from customers. So this is my table. Now if I mention, suppose I want to get top 5 records. Okay. So for that I have to write select customer ID and customer name. I'm just taking these two columns. From customers, limit 5. Now if I execute, now see, I'm getting top 5 result. Okay. Instead of showing all the result, I'm just getting only 5 records because I have mentioned limit equal to 10. Now if I mention 10, now see, I'm getting first 10 records. Okay, first 10 records. Now if I write limit 10 comma 5, that means limit offset is 10 comma 5. That means I am to skip my first 10 records, then I am to get another 5 records. Now if I execute, now see, it skips 1 to 10, then it is giving me next 5, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Right? Now next take another table, product table. Select start from product. Now first I want to get my product name and price, and I want to get my first 10 records. Okay, first 10 records. So let me write select. Okay, let me take product ID as well. Okay, product ID, product name, and price. From product, limit 10. Now if I execute, now see, I'm getting top 10, first 10 records. First 10 records from my table. Now if I write 20, now see, I'm getting first 20 records. Okay. Now if I write limit 20 comma 10, that means I want to skip my first 20 records. Then I want to get the next 10 records. That means 21 to 30. Now if I execute, now see, I'm getting 21 to 30. So it's basically, it is keeping this many records and it is giving me these records. Right? Now let's use this limit along with order by. Clause. Now see, this is my top first 10 records. I used limit 10. I just used limit 10. So it is my top 10 records. Top 10 means first 10 records. Okay. Now suppose I want to get top 10 most expensive record. That means this is my first 10 records. So price is anything. But I want to get top 10 most expensive record. So whatever product we have, if we arrange our product in ascending order on price column and then take top 10 records or first 10 records, then that will be my 10 most expensive product, right? Now let me show you. Select product ID, product name, price from product. Now I want to arrange my price column in descending order. Order by price descending. That means my entire table will be arranged based on my price in descending order. Okay. After arranging my entire table, I want to take my 10 records, first 10 records or top 10 records. Now if I execute, now see, product ID got changed. That means my entire table gets arranged in descending order based on my price. After arranging, I am taking top 10 records or first 10 records. And this is the first 10 records or top 10 records after arranging my entire table in descending order based on my price. Right? Now again, if I want to take offset, that means limit 10, 5. That means offset. I want to skip top 10 records. Then I am to get another next 5 records. So now if I execute, now see, after arranging in descending order, I just skip 10 records, first 10 records, then I take another next 5 records. Okay. So this is my offset and this is my row count. In the same way, if I take another example, suppose I'm taking employee example, employee table. Select start from employee. This is my employee table. Now if I take simple select employee ID and salary from employee limit 10. That means from my entire table, it will take my first 10 records. Now see, this is my first 10 records. Now if I want to display top 5 highest paid employee, then how we can do it? First of all, we have to arrange our entire table in descending order based on my salary, right? Then after arranging it, then I have to take top 5 records. That will work for me, right? So what we have to do? We have to write from salary order by salary descending. Order by salary descending. After arranging, I am taking my top 10 result or 5 result. Now if I execute, now see. Okay, this 5 employee ID is already arranged in descending order. Let me take 15. Let me see. Yes, now see. This is my top 15 highest paid employee. Okay, this is my top 15 highest paid employees. So basically, I am just arranging my table in descending order based on my salary. Then I am taking my required number of employees. Basically, highest paid employees. Okay, highest paid employees. Now, if I write 15 limit 15, 10, that means I want to skip my first 15 employees. I want to skip my first 15 top employees. Then I want to get next 10 records. Next 10 highest paid employee. Now if I execute, now see. After skipping first 15 top paid employees, it is showing next 10 top paid employees. Right? So whenever you want to get any specific number of records from your table, then just use limit. And whenever you want to get your result like top, bottom, top 10, bottom 10, something like this, then you have to use this limit along with order by clause, right? Along with order by clause. And if you want to skip some records, then want to display next records, then you have to use this offset, okay? This offset. So I hope you understand what is limit, what is offset, and how they works along with order by clause. Now I give you the assignment, just try to solve them by yourself. Now we'll see about distinct clause and then combining distinct with order by and limit clause. Okay. So basically, what is distinct clause? Distinct basically use to remove all the duplicates value from a particular row, and it will retrieve only all the unique values, right? So if I retrieve my customer table, now see, here this is my customer, this is my email ID. So this is the city, this is the state, country. Now see, here I have so many records where my city is New York, right? City is New York. Los Angeles. There are multiple records that is having the same city name. In the same way, we have multiple records where my country name is same. That means in this table we have 500 rows, right? But my country, state, city, all the value gets repeated. Now, if I want to see how many unique state I have or how many unique city name I have, then to find out this unique value, we have to use distinct. So basically, if we write our distinct clause, then what happen? If we write distinct city, then it will remove all the duplicates value and it will retrieve only unique values. Suppose here we have London, Manchester, so it will pick this name. But whenever my London gets repeated or my Manchester gets repeated, that will be removed. That will be removed. That will not take as a another example. In the same way, if we write distinct country, then my USA, Canada, UK, Australia, all this unique name will be filtered out. But my same name will not be repeated. So basically, it will remove all the duplicates and it will retrieve only unique names, unique values, right? Now let's see. Now if I write select, suppose I want to get all the unique value from this country column. Okay. So for that, I have to write select distinct country. Select distinct country. That means I want to retrieve all my country column but distinct value. Okay. From table name, that is customers. Now if I execute, now see, all the unique name from the country column is getting filtered out. So we have USA, Canada, UK, Australia, Germany, France, Spain, Italy, Netherlands, and Sweden. This 8 or 10 countries is there in my entire records. That means within this 500 records, I have only this unique country name, and rest records are getting repeated. All this country name is getting repeated, but I have only this few unique country name. In the same way, if we want to see distinct state name, then we have to write select distinct state from customer. Now if I execute, now see, these are the unique state name. Okay. So to find out the unique name from our column, and basically by removing all the repeated values. Here my state is getting repeated, my country name is getting repeated. So by removing all the repeated value, all the duplicate value, to retrieve all the unique value from a column, we have to use this distinct clause, right? Now let's see how we can combine this distinct clause with order by and give it. Now suppose somebody asks you to show top 5 unique customer cities in alphabetical order. Okay, top 5 unique customer cities in alphabetical order. That means as I have to use my unique customer, now let me write show first. So first 5 unique cities in alphabetical order. This is my question. Okay, this is my question. Now see, here I am asking you to unique cities. I am asking for unique cities. That means I have to use distinct. I have to use distinct, right? And I mentioned I want my cities in alphabetical order. I want my city's name in alphabetical order. Alphabetical order. That means I have to use order by, right? And finally, I need first 5 records. First 5 records. That means I have to use limit. Understand? My question is, so first 5 unique cities in alphabetical order. So I want unique cities. So I have to, in order to get all the unique cities name, I have to use distinct clause. Then I want my cities has to be in alphabetical order. That means I have to use my order by clause. And finally, I want my 5 unique records, 5 top records. That is why I have to use limit clause, right? So this is how we can combine our distinct, order by, and limit all together. Now let's see how we can write this query. So for that, I have to write select city, but as I want unique city, so I have to use distinct. If I write only select city, then it will filter out all the city name, right? But if I want unique cities, then I have to mention distinct clause. Distinct, right? So select distinct city. That means it will filter out all the unique name from this city column. From my table name, that is customers. Now I want my city name in alphabetical order, right? For that, I have to use my order by clause, order by city, and I keep it as by default ascending order. Then I just need to mention limit. How many records I want? That is 5. So I just need to mention 5, right? So basically, select distinct city. That means I am filtering out all my unique cities name from my customer tables. Then I am just arranging my city name in alphabetical order. Okay, that is why I am using this order by clause. Order by clause. Then once it is get arranged in alphabetical order, then I am taking my 5 records. So I have used limit 5. Now if I execute, now see, this is my first 5 unique cities in alphabetical order. Okay. If we don't mention this limit, so what will happen? It will filter out all my distinct city name, all the unique city name, and it will arrange my city name in alphabetical order, right? Now see, if I execute, so these are my unique cities name in my enter table. Okay, unique cities name, and this cities name is arranging in alphabetical order, right? Now here I have 15-20 records. Now among them, I want my top 5 records. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This top 5 records I want. That is why I just mentioned limit 5. Right? Now if I execute, now it will just filtering out top 5 records. Now see, it is just filtering out top 5 records. In the same way, if I mention 10, then it will filter out top 10 records. Top first 10 records, right? In the same way, if you want my distinct country name, okay, my distinct country name, and I want to arrange my city's name in alphabetical order, but in reversal way. That means starting with Z, okay, and I want top 10 records. For that, what I have to do? I have to write select distinct country, because I want my country column from customer and order by country and limit 10. Now see, if I now execute, it will arrange my country column in alphabetical order. Now see, it is arranging my country column in ascending order. That means alphabetical order. Now, if I want to take this name in reversal order, then I have to mention descending. That means it is in ascending order, it is starting with A, and in reversal order, it will start with Z. Okay. Now, if I execute, now see. So, maximum alphabet that is having in my country name, that is U. So, it is starting with U and it is getting reversed, right? And among them, I am just filtering out top 10 records. Now, in the same way, if I just write 5, so it will filter out top 5 records. Now, see top 5 records. Okay. So, this is how we can combine our distinct clause to find out our unique values. Then, to arrange our column, we can combine with order by clause, and to find out any specific number of records we have combined this limit clause together. Okay. So I hope you understand what is distinct clause and how we can combine our distinct clause along with order by and limit clause. Now take a look on the assignments and solve them. And that's all for part 1 of our SQL beginner to advanced course. In this part, we have learned the fundamentals of SQL, including select, where, different SQL operators, is null, order by, and limit. In part 2, we will start working with SQL functions, where we will learn about string functions, numeric functions, date functions, aggregate functions, case and if statement. So if you found this video helpful, consider subscribing to Genalytiq so you don't miss the upcoming parts of this course. Thanks for watching and I will see you in part 2.